Good afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for everyone. It's Sparks here, back for more FF14. Last time around, we continued our quest to help others in the realm. And today I intend to make enough progress that we actually can leave Limsa. So, yeah, let's get into it. I was beginning to think I miscalculated, Arbert. Thank you for coming. I was simply boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Limsa Elemental's ports are subject to inspection by Melvain's gate assessors. It is a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there's a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I appreciate your company during this assignment. As always, we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty. Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without support. Please return to Mistress Thubrian to inform her of your participation. I will join you once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formula. So this quest is literally just unlocking the car. Wow. Okay. That's fine. I don't think this was originally a quest. I think originally you just got one type of carbuncle. You have agreed to accompany the Foreseer, then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. But do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. The mercenary Gesfrin and Ashthalta are here to assist with the inspection. Both are old hands when it comes to escorting Kalia during her more dangerous duties. Well met, Arbert. My spells are at your disposal. This won't be the first time we are expecting trouble, but as long as we follow the Foreseer's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine. The Morning Star is putting dock in Aleport. We will meet our first challenge. However, before we even board the vessel, it is almost certainty that the merchant ship that has hired a thug or two to accost us if it appears. Calculate probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intention to the world at large. Now, once we do damage to clear the rail, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent we down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple drawn-out skirmishes, lest we be overwhelmed. I call this stratagem Hammerfall. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one situation to desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Arbert. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aleport. Alright. Well, Aleport is a location we're going to be visiting later. So, I think right now I will focus on going to where the main story takes us. on our way, I'm just going to fix something. I don't... Yeah. Don't want to get dragged into that. Unfortunately, I walked too close. It's fine. We're just walking by. Yeah, the main reason why I say I want to delay that is because look at what the main scenario quest is right now. It's only level 11. And I got some side quests. They're 12 and 13, and the Leaves of Morbi are level 20. So, we'll unlock those later. After all, leaves are useful. Oh, hello. Don't mind if I do. Okay. We're not finished yet. One more. Ooh, we should also find the fireflies nearby. Because God's Grip is back up there. I need to go find these now because that's something that I did want to go looking for. Alright, located at fireflies are located at 26 2637, which means they're further south. Okay. We'll come back for the Morbi moles. I want to get all the ones for this class first. Alright, there's 37-ish. I think I see where I need to go. There's a little outcropping over here. Yep, there they are. Oops. Alright, so that's fireflies. Current egg diggers are elsewhere. West. That's lower still. Western, western. Western, western, western. Western, and upper. Okay. Rogue only needs the Morby mole and the egg digger. Everything else. Oh, wait. Yeah, western, western. Upper and upper. What about our calmist? Yep, just the egg digger. And then everything else is either western or upper. Cool. I think I know where the egg diggers are. So I don't need to search them up. Obviously we know where the moles are, because we were fighting them earlier. Ooh, there's another quest over there, and another over there. Should go and investigate everything. Did not mean to walk into that. What were the other ones he needed? Just the egg digger, and then everything else is elsewhere. One more. Yay. And yeah, Western for everything else. Okay, anything else for this one? Nope, everything else is western or upper. So, yay. This'll still give experience boost right up until level 25, so we'll keep going. Well then. Come on. Right. There, we're tuned to the ether right now. What'd you say? Nothing. Ish shit, eh? This shit you say, getting lots of initiates these days. A lot of initiates. What day you say it was? I reckon this is here looking for work. Is it work you seek, eh? Well, you need not fret, as I just happen to have a task that needs tending. Dear friend of mine, Ross and something or such, is held up in the lighthouse on this side of the grid. Used to be that I'd visit the lad once, sent it to see how he was faring, but my legs just ain't the same since the gout gone and grabbed hold of him. Jesus. I'd be grateful if you would check up on the candle keeping instead. Oh, and don't you be forgetting to take along 4 curved jackal-fangs. Tell him they're from Nimi Doa. He'll understand. I don't... whatever. Oh, woe is me. I seem to have gone and misplaced 4 of my packed lunches. Whatever am I to do? I can hear Ivory's belly grumble from all the way over here. I'm certain I made enough for everyone, so it must be that I either dropped a few or gave some to the wrong fellows. Oh, did you hear that? It was Belly again. He does look at all pleased, does he? I must stay with my car, but if you could search dry docks and see if you can't find those lunches, very grateful. I might even whip some together, something special for... Ah, did you see that? Just gave the evil eye. So terrible, soon I'm afraid he'll come over. Here and eat. Wow. Mafu is needing one of her lunches back, you say? And here I was beginning to think the lass had eyes for me. Not that she's my type, mind you. I like me one a few heads taller and a few pounds is heavier. A few shades blue if you catch my drift. I wouldn't mind the extra meal, though. A man can work up quite a craving when he some pounds stretching and shaping sheets of iron all night. I will get to you in a moment. That ship looks pretty. Ba, 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 ba. Hey! So if I don't always respond right away in chat, I get very invested in the game. Don't tell me, you came to collect my lunch. I can see it in the accusing eyes of yours. Sure, I knew very well that none of these lunches was meant for me, well, today being my day off and all, but I never thought Lil Wafu would miss just one. Get back to lunch. Would you promise me you'll not mention that it was I who took it? I don't want the lass to think I was trying to swindle her, though that's sort of what I was trying to do. I just have to know that now, does she? Right then, carry on. Alright, let's go. Return these. Please tell me you found the lunches. I swear I've shifted several paces closer since you departed. 1, 2, 3, 4. You did it. You found all the missing lunches. Now perhaps I can rest in peace knowing indulging in capitalistic fantasies. At least for today. Oh my god. Oh, that was actually kind of funny. Okay, let's take this quest. You have a missive for me from Forge Master Limsa. I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of materials they ordered over a moon pass. Let's see it then. Blast and botheration. Another delay? I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans. This is insufferable. My apologies. Messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Arbor. Well, Arbor, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory. The first new vessel to grace the docks since the Calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day. Starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It is a symbol of Limsa's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. Thus we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the theocracy. Yet, even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be you fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. What? Wow, we have not gotten upgraded pants. Okay, we are gonna need to fix that at some point. Where the 7th hell is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright mine, a young man named Phil Smith, recently left Candle Keep Pay to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa, but has yet to return. I have sent several missives to Hal Broda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Bay in my stead and inform Hal Broda that if he insists on playing these games, I'll personally see that he is transferred to Turtle Back Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Wow. Harsh. But probably warranted. When it comes to riveting, I think you could search the realm over, but you won't find none better than his 10-score rivets, a bell I drive. Twice that if I'm not in the cups. The key driving rivets proper like is how hot you can get the buggers. The harder the rivet, the stronger the bonds she'll make with the steel plate. The problem being, was I to heat your rivets in the forge, that'd be cold as dead horse crushed by the time I hauled them back to Victory. That's why I use the white hot cores of lightning spires. But as you can see, my supply is running a tad low. If it ain't too much trouble, would you be so kind as to fetch me some? You look as if you could take on a whole pack of sprites with one hand tied behind yours. Wow. The way these characters talk always fascinates me. Because later on in the series, I do feel like they get a better balance of making the characters sound like they're from whatever culture inspired the nation that they are in, but it's such a delicate balance. I look for a strapping young adventurer, good with his numbers, to help tally our remaining supplies of planks and logs, but I suppose you'll have to do. Now that work on the victory is near completion, I need one final count on the lumber we have so I can determine if we'll need more. I already have Res and Medicine, we're starting on tally, so I'll speak with them and see what they found. Then bring me back the exact number of quarterdeck logs and forecastle planks remaining on site. Understood? Just finished my count of the cedar mass and the yard master ain't going to like what I have to tell him. What, you'll tell him for me? Well, be my guest then, lad. The victory, being as big as she is, will be outfitted with 3 full-size masts and 2 smaller masts. Each mast will have its own set of 4 to 5 spars, or cross-masts, from which a sail sang. One need not be scholarly from those gay to know that as a whole hell is worth of lumber. And so, just how many mast-worthy logs did I count here? 4. Not 400, not 4 score, not even 14. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take that to the yard master. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, we can't actually count it from below. Okay. $200 oak berthing planks. Not one more, not one less. I counted twice and I counted them thrice more, just for good measure. You may be in trouble though, if them shipwrights need any more than what you see before you. Fires of calamity claimed most of the trees in old oak wood, and what of those that remaining ask why we chopped down the rest to help build the victory. Alright, that's that quest. I trust you had enough fingers to help you through the telling, so tell me. Now, what did you find? Those be grim numbers indeed. The calamity may be just a fading memory, but it seems we're still far from truly healing. As a saltboat in Limsa, it pains me to say it, but we may have to turn to them tree folk in Gridania for to finish the victory on time. Oh goody, he gets to have his chest on display. Wish I had thought to give you the option to give your character body hair. Like, I know it's not important because your body is usually covered with clothing, but there's some outfits that show off your chest. And it kind of has always bugged me that even the big, beefy Rugadin don't have much in the way of body hair. In fact, I don't think they have any either. Like, I don't think they need to, like, do much to add it, really. It's like... I'm trying to think about what they would need to do. We'll figure out things. one more lightning sprite. And then we've got everything we need for 2 separate quests. Yep, we can go turn this one in. Three cores and I could be done with day's work and back at the alehouse where I belong. Leviathan's Eye. You've really done gone and fetched me the blinking cores. We'll be right pleased to see that, we will. It was the foreman who came up with the idea to use cores eat the rivets. A clever one, that man. Sharper than a fang and a fishback speak. Probably is why he made Chief so quick-like. Part of me wants to claim these, but also another part acknowledges that until we hit level 25, we have a better headpiece that we should be using, because it'll speed up the rate at which we do everything. Of course, once we out-level that, we can just craft a new headpiece. Ugh. Yeah. Which is definitely what we're going to be doing anyways. We finish up the quests here, they'll probably then send us back to Limsa. Once we finish up in Limsa, while we're in Limsa, we'll pick up the 2 remaining quests for this area. For the classes that we have. It can get right lonesome up here all alone, with naught but the wind's chill to keep a man company. Some days I carve jackal-fangs to help clear my head of the voices. The voices call me back to the great blue. What's this? Medoa sent you, did he? Well, you tell that old man that he needn't waste his few last sons of this realm worrying about Paul Rosnig. I'll carry on as I always have, in the service of sailors, alone till the day I die. Well, that's depressing. Whilst the Carmen help keep my head clear, a bit of company would ease the solitude. Truth is, with each turn of the sun, I creep ever closer to the brink of madness. All day and all night I dream of someone who might rescue me from this prison. Someone broad and hale, with skin the color of the sea, and their eyes will suck you in like a maelstrom. Someone like Gimthota. I've been enchanted by her sweet magic since I first saw her. A young lass from the Morby Drydocks on patrol of the god's grip. She smiled at me, but I was too up inside by fear to meet her gaze, and now since her promotion to head watch, she can't be bothered to make the climb. I would tell her how it is I feel, my duty to the sailors, but might be you could tell her for me. I'd make it worth your while. You could take her a nice Lenosian Lilybell. You think she'd like that? I reckon she'd like that. A male woman who didn't like flowers. I'll go get that later. First, let's go over to Candlekeep Bay. Or Key. Collect a quest from there, and turn in a different one. Ooh, it's always interesting seeing how the world has been messed up by ether. Yeah, does that self-righteous dog doubt that I've never told him anything less than the truth? Yeah, as a matter of fact, he does. Turtleback Island. He can't do that, can he? If there were my poor Nana's grave, Navigator rest her soul, I know not of this Frismid nor his precious supplies. Hells, we at the Key have had enough trouble these past few suns, but with the sinking of that Limsa cargo ship off the Salt Strand, I have the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in off the grip. Just gonna double check. Yeah. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, then you must certainly have time to get that arse of yours down to Soul Strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows, you may just run across this what everyone seems so eager to find. Here's some of the Navigator I found first. Excuse me, adventure. May I have a little bit of time? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Azamin, field assessor for Melvin's Gate. My work with the Custom House involves investigation of claims made regarding the unlawful import of restricted items from foreign shores. Recently, there have been a number of petitions made by the residents of Candlekeep Key concerning a species not native to Vilbrand. If this species is indeed alien to Strand, it must be located and destroyed immediately before it is allowed to reproduce and possibly disturb the natural balance found here amongst your area's fauna. I would ask that you take this lump of dodo flesh and place it upon one of the mounds of soil thought to be nests of the invasive species. The ocean draw forth whatever creature looks beneath, leaving them easy targets. Okay, we can do that. First, let's go over to this quest. I think they should have designed those gates to be more of a sliding mechanism rather than a hinged mechanism, because it works fine from one direction, but from the other direction it's awful. Alternatively, have it be able to hinge in multiple directions. Yeah, there he is, the guy we're looking for. I am entrusted. You say the foreman's wondering on me whereabouts? I thought he might be, but you must know, I cannot show me face at the dry docks in spite right at the terrible wrong I caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Key just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliff, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time I was halfway betwixt shore and ship, the swells had risen to nigh on 10 yawms. 'Twas long before the waves had hold of us. Try as we might, steady the boat, we just grip us too tight, and we were flung headlong into the Limsa galley. Our rowboat ships were gone, the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the Salt Strand. I has made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with Kieran, and I ain't one with a sword. And now you see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. Alright, time to go collect some supplies. Try and avoid never mind. Oh, goody. other bits. We get some tangled rigging. Of course, we have to deal with these guys. Alright, last bit. Sailcloth. Damn it! It's fine. I need the experience. There we go. We got what we came for. Now we... No, I don't want to fight you. I'm going to run away. We're leveling up really fast anyways, because we're good 4 levels above the story. That night I was tossed in the sea like some doll rags, and it weren't long before the world around me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. Below, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the 7 hells, and I woke to find myself lost ashore. Here's this been ever since, waiting to pass down with my master's cargo. The missing parts. I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver supplies right away, but first I must stop by the quay so that I might pay my respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for half a coin. Could you tell Albert that I'll be back in the dry box by nightfall? May thanks, Venture. I'll not forget this kindness. Yep, that's that. Another mission done. Let's go and do the next one. Nope. Not in the mood. Let's be honest, I'll see you in a little though. Of course. Nice one. Tavernary with that. Yeah, that's definitely far from home. I think Tavernary is a place you don't end up visiting until... What is it? Endwalker? So yeah, that's a surprising thing to run into. Alright. Bavinarian mites? We've collected eggs from cargo carried on ships sailing from Brazil before. but always in Limsa. There are no records of ships traveling to or from the tiny island nation, making stops here in Candlekeep Key. Nor would they ever need to, unless the Mycena come from a ship that laid anchor here, from a different vessel, one with more heinous motives. I believe this will require further investigation. Thank you again for your assistance. Perhaps I may require your service again in the near future. You almost certainly will. Alright, time to return to Morby Dry Docks and turn in the quests we just did. Gift from me from the Candlekeep at Oceanless Torch. I don't recall ever reading it. Anyone? Ah, also Lilybone. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Rosans, I believe his name was. I remember specifically commenting on how I despise my patrols with the God's grip where the area is full of no-see Lilybells. Terrible weeds always send me into sneezing fits. While I am out flat, I'm fairly confident in the gesture. As head watch of Morby Dry, I was supposed to see that the piece is kept until the victory's christening. So we have the time to pay would-be suitors any mind, no matter how desperate they may be. Though perhaps once the ship is complete, I could consider climbing up the peninsula. Perhaps. It's better than nothing. Where'd you call in from? I recall sending for no initiates, but Albert is them. Was he laughed Albert back when I served on the cloud dancer. He was a strapping young lad with teeth as white as a princess's paps. Ain't him though. Noise ain't quite right. And who are you again? Ah, got something to tell you. Who's that mumbling look up about this time? Let me guess. But he's lonely? Ah. Put a pair of warm men in his arms and nothing. Another on his lap. Jesus. That's what I do to help me forget that what ails me. Not that old him though it needs much help with forgetting, mind ya. Maybe that'll send him a few trumpets this coming Eve. Jesus! Oh. Gross. It just made me feel gross. Ugh. Horny old men. Why? Why do so many games, shows, and movies have them? Ugh. I believe to hear that both for spilled and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish of me to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas here adjacent to Drydocks were as calm as a slumbering child. To believe that the trouble ship encountered off County Bay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin would have been known to conjure. I see. Interesting. Albert, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Ronaldo and Vimel. I still do not like you, but that does not mean I do not trust you. I'm head of the watch here at Drax. Believes that pirates may be plotting attack on the Victory, and she requests assistance to investigate a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Despite all Limsa has endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handfuls of coin, just the thought of it sickens me. I'm just checking around to see if there's any other quests popped up. Nope, just leaves, which we'll do later. I do intend to do a bunch of leaves just to clear them from the logs, but I'll save it for later. Ah yes, I have a feeling You would be the one after I'm sent. Since you first arrived at Morbid Rocks, I have had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It's a simple protocol. And you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. Your Mal says that, and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking, and doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then, I assume I've Brim informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks. We'll last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach them then, posing as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Cargo stationed at the rear gates can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Oh yeah, I should... minus the hat. All of the gear is upgradable. Hold on, let me just double check if I've done the same here. Really? The stripes? No, that can't be right. Yeah, they're not better. This says they're better, but that's probably just because the eye level is higher. Yeah, that's it. Their stats are actually lower. So I'll leave that one alone. What about this one? Yeah, sure enough, the book. Arbert. I knew it. No more sardines for cargo. Tonight I shall dine on the finest salmon of Limsa. Why? I had a little wager going with some of the other guards on who Abram would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates of southwest, you'll eventually come to a barren cape, a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Mia, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there was aware of that, though. The 12. An interesting group of individuals. Because they do exist. Like, the gods of Final Fantasy XIV do actually really exist. And giving it to the count of 9 to step back on that path and carry your venturing arse back down to whatever rockies you crawled out from under. You see, I was had it up to my ears with your type, roaming the hills like they was yours to roam. It's getting to be that a man can eat a mug of rum without some shite-breath outlander running at asking which is the way to the local leave me. And the hells if I know. Bloody pirate gods down. Balls. Once we have me boy back, I'm putting this godforsaken pistol of an island so far behind me, no one will remember and I was ever here. Come on, Scrags. We use knives to sharpen. Well, they're definitely up to something suspicious. Also, they look a lot like the pirates that Ishtola was spying on. Probably not a coincidence. So, the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. This talk of getting your boy back. Could it be that their target never was the victory? Something's not right. I won't sit by idly waiting as pirates to make the first move. I shall order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Arbor. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that, because... Did I forget to... we're just gonna finish a quest and get a better one anyways. Victory in peril. I am concerned, Albert. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. We could be ever closer to dry dock, so I must assume that you've targeted Victory yourself. That ship is a symbol of everything Limsa strives to become. Will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon our hull. Must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion. You are Burke, just a man to do it. Without your capable assistance, I feel the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Rosewood at the front gate or Nago at the rear. Any suspect explorers we encounter during the course of your investigation and be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. All three of our classes are currently at level 16, so... Hell, Adventure, glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up security. The gods know our reports would sit on Gimmer's desk, getting dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around a cliff near Empty Heart. Take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. Ba, 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 ba. Of course. Ah, spot me, did you? Well, you're too late. That's already happened. Seriously? Wow. Making me go in the long way. Nope. Just want to get over to the captain. And there we go. We got an instance. So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I deal with the right venture, I was afraid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening? Trouble at the shipyard. Easy now, sir. Who did this to you? The pirates out of nowhere. Stuck me good. It's below. We are not prepared for this. The pirates. Soldier. How many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives. No time to lose. Albert, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard, engage those intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, then follow after. Make haste, now! Really? You guys aren't very good. I'm not even really slowing me down at all. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards. Plan work like a charm. What are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This will all be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly power driftwood into splinters. Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and that's what makes it all sweeter. Whoever takes to knock some sense into me treacherous, backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine gave up the pirate life to become a shipwright. The building a blinking maelstrom vessel at that. What their Limsa's wide green ocean mage take up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, da. Don't you see the pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. Wondered why Abba never spoke of his father. Never would have thought. This ship's a symbol, alright, of everything that went wrong with the world. And I mean to shatter into 100,000 pieces. Give me Arbor, pray beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug, and make sure no harm comes to the victory. Gladly. God, this is madness. Father, you must stop me. Leave his rush. Arbor, give me Oh goody, humble John mercenaries. I'll take the humble John. We'll focus on us. Fine, I'll focus on this guy. I'd like to help this another job that's weakened. You have no idea who you're up against. I think we do. Where adventure is pretty close to the side. Oh, too bad, he's been defeated. I must be getting old, letting some green venture get the best of me. Ah. Oh. That's one big bloody ship, big and nasty looking. You made that, did you? Aw. Me thanks, Hardbird. I share to think what may have become of the victory without your intervention. The pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. Buck could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father. We have turned my life upside down. Pray, convey my thanks and my apologies to Grim Father. Will do. How fair you are, Bert. I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You invented more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the ways of improvement if we are to truly keep the Dreadnought safe. Apologizes? Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him. By time, I believe he would come to a singular conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory completed and in the water. By the way, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Rare's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. If time to spare, I would ask you another favor. Sure. Albert, in light of your role in recent events, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since last we spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Aswad, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script, which we believe to be some manner of code. Neither say anything which a proven enemy of Elizabeth deems worthy of deciphering is like to be of great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellow Jackets are want to turn to Badrun and his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this message to the pirate drowning wench into his hands and no other. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. Conveniently, this means that we can actually go and start some additional quests. Like going to the Marauders Guild. Ooh, and this is how we learn Tomahawk. Yay. I see you have been diligent in your training. You need not tell me in words. It shows in your bearing, in your unwavering gaze. It is time for you to once more lift your axe in service of the guild. There have been reports of a sizable creature roaming the outskirts of Aleport and western Enosia. This monster is no Kujata, but the threat is present to the locals is nonetheless sufficient to warrant our attention. It should also prove a worthy foe to test your burgeoning prowess. How to find this beast? Well, I am fortunate enough to count among my acquaintances a veteran hunter and archer by the name of Rainford. He took up residence in Aleport some years ago and will gladly aid you in this task. With Rainford's assistance, you'll track down this prowling danger by a swift and bloody passage to the afterlife. May your axe swing true. Alright, so that's another quest that takes us to Aleport. Wait. Whatever. You looking to head inside? Yes. Actually, hold on. Weird. Anyways. Oh, this is where we get Throwing Dagger. Albert, just the cove is home we see. He's a nasty trouble brewing. The client's on his way, so sit tight, pay attention. I'm calling Underfoot and the Stray out on this as well. It'll be a right little rogue family reunion. Jack, the client's arrived. Our guest here has come from Maelstrom Command with confidential orders direct from the Admiral herself. So you know this won't be a simple job. I'm afraid your guildmaster speaks true. It was several days ago when an emaciated man stumbled into one of our camps seeking aid. Upon questioning the poor fellow, we discovered that he had narrowly escaped a life of slavery. He claimed that pirates had raided his village, abducted him, and many others to sell on a black market auction block. We dispatched a patrol to confirm the tale and found the village almost completely destroyed. It was a meager settlement without so much as a guardhouse. Thus did its unkind fate escape our notice until now. You'd think these pirates had never even heard of the code. Pillaging honest cold and dipping their wits in the slave trade, they're headed the right way for a good stabbing. Aye, though it ain't set down in so many words, the code notoriously unforgiveth those as great weapons against the weak. After all, the first pirates in these parts were culls what was fleeing oppression in the northern seas. Ignore your history, and you risk becoming what it was you hated most. So, you have a mark for us then? That we do, from the description given to us by the escaped villager. We've determined that these lawbreakers are members of the Jolly Merchants, a pirate crew in possession of an official privateering license. It would appear, however, that privateering has been naught but a screen behind which to hide their illicit activities. I can only imagine how many instances have fallen prey to these wicked slavers. And we've let it happen right under our very noses. Naturally, the Admiral desires a swift resolution to this ignominy, but merely tracking down those poor souls who have already been sold is proving heavily taxing to our allied resources. We throw more soldiers at the problem, but that runs the risk of drawing the small folks' attention and inciting undue panic. Thus do we come to the Rogue Guild for help. We ask that you eliminate the Jolly Merchants and liberate the villagers presently in their custody, and that you do so with the utmost discretion. Consider it done. When those nasty coves feel our short blades pricking into the backs, they'll enjoy by a brief moment of regret before the code is rightly enforced. Alright, let's get to work. I'll be going after the Jolly Merchants myself. On a foot, the kit, I think. You two lend your skill to Maelstrom's investigation and see what you can middle about the culls that have already been sold. Howard, you're coming with me. I think you're ready for the next step of your education. Yay! More training! Shall we get after these slaving cutthroats then? My clients tell me the Jolly Merchants set sail from Aleport a few bells ago. Aye, they might even board an Imperial ship or two, but that's just some mummery they're putting on to amuse the Admiral's swats. I reckon the rest of the crew will be back on land, looking to snap the shackles on a fresh-herded chattel. And just to prove my theory right, one of them jolly bastards got himself spotted creeping about the Roughlands in Lower Lenosia. There's a Benny Cove over at the Morbid Dry Docks by the name of Swarston, who will likely know the full story. He's more of a shipwright than rogue these days, but he keeps his gaze as keen for the guild. Head over and have yourself a prowl, and I'll join you soon like. Do-do-do. No, not what I wanted. Right. Go find the person that we need to. Talk to them about things. Swartzen. I know what you are. What can old Swartzen do for you? Hunting down Jolly Merchants, slavers? Oh, well, that explains a few things. I was keeping an eye on the bustle about the dry docks, you see, when I spied an odd trio off in the distance. This rough-looking sod, one of your pirates, I wager, was prodding along another bloke and this poor skinny lass. I've seen whip curs less miserable than the two being herded. Last I saw they were headed south. If what you're saying about the slavery business is true, then that Jolly Merchant's not going to walk his charge all the way to market. No, he likely has a boat waiting for him. And if I were a slaver heading south, my vessel would be hidden somewhere along the salt strand. I doesn't leave you much time. Said Jack was on his way, yes? You best go on ahead and I'll point him in the right direction when he gets here. This is just the quest to unlock the ability to throw things. One moment while I deal with somebody who didn't read the rules. Don't try and sell stuff on my stream without permission. If you do, you get insta-banned. Because I have no tolerance for it. It's rude, quite frankly. Wish it came through for us, eh? Now what do we got here? This one looks a charmer. Sudden move, I told ya. The peg-legged grandma obbles quicker than miserable sacks of shite. Or maybe you need another thrashing, is that it? You already forgot what happens when you try me generous patience? Yes, I please no more beings. We walked as fast as we could, but we need food, water. Land the boat and shut your traps. You'll get food when we reach the other side. The other side? Where are you taking us? Are you challenging me or just playing down? I told you to keep your bleating mouth shut. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ah, Skelliar, she's weak again. Listen, we're in the airport, alright? That's where me and the shipmates gather to take stock of the merchandise and decide what gets sold where. See, some buyers want only lads, while others is looking for lasses. As long as we keep these rich bastards happy, we make more coin than we ever did at scrapping with the Empire's war galleys. Not that you care about that, I suppose. What matters to you is that you'll be loading onto the jolly merchantman, sailed off to God's nowhere, and Limsa will be a distant memory. So if I was you, I'd fill that empty belly with one last big gulp full of sweet laments and sea breeze. I'm so tempted to put blade twixt his eyes here and now, but that won't get the job done. No, we'll let him guide us to his mates at the airport. Then we'll mill the whole bloody lot of them. John Merchant will get their due. Don't you worry about that. They've gone. We best hurry to the airport. Unless you have a quicker way, there's a ferry what leaves from Keep Key. I'll meet you across the water, lad. Alright, we've got 3 missions to airport now. And a lot of ingredients. Wait, which class is closest right now? Marauder. Ahoy there, Arbert. I've been hearing about your deeds of dry docks. Abba laid out the entire tale for me. Poor Saab was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least she kept the victory from being sunk before she'd sailed. For that I owe you a thanks. You've really made a name for yourself here in Limsa, lad. Folk know that when they need something doing. What might that be? You want someone to read a message written funny letters for you? Give a thumb. Thought I might know a man as could. Well, let's see it then. I reckon I might know a canny bugger who can read this. Stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Patron. You know, You're like one of me regulars now, Artbert. You've never let me down yet. If Navigator help me, I reckon I can trust you. Your mum was right to want this message deciphered. We've got us some trouble brewing. Here and no mistake. Get ready for action and I'll explain. Good to have you aboard, lad. Now then, where to start? Ooh, new ring. Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned my living as a sellsword. In that business, if you wanted to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn to read the orders you prized from the cold, dead hands of his mates. That's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagin letters, lad, and I should know. I've guided more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the Victory is all in here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of hell in western Anosia, then hit the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. Point being, the attack on the Viceroy weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates. It was a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But, if I'm reading this right, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw he was onto him, rushed in to do the job, and bugged it up. Them tattooed-faced bastards, as they say, was paying An's old man. They're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? They have something better to do, or what? Oh, look, Alphino and Alizé are there. 7 hells, I've got it all backwards. The mess of the Victory, that was meant to be the bloody distraction. Fishback ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby, they're after men. Just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This bit about raising hell in Western Anosia, that's where it'll be. That tells me Swift Purse is about to get hit. Hit hard. Here's a rough translation of the message. Take her to Commodore Raynor at the Coral Tower and tell him he's in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an ad. Day, you can be damn sure he'll need one. Well. I want to check what the rings I have right now. Yeah, the one I'm about to get will be better than that one. Because that one's... Because they provide basically the same... This one provides more bonuses than that one. Yes, I am Raynor. Huh, you must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the Victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? Bernard, your message from Badron? Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet evening are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me, what is afoot? An assault on Swiftperch? We've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are massing for an attack. Even so, it will be foolish to discount the possibility. Badron is rarely wrong about such matters. I will march the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Badron's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir! Report. This is Ogden, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on South Tide Gate. Threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. Navigate seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. The Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another fate. Fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch vulnerable to those pirate traitors. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us. Wishes will avail us not. As them you must serve in their absence. Make for swift perch with all haste and lend your strength to the squads they can spare for the settlement's defense. Commodore Reynard sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. Certainly you look like you've seen your share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Whitperch, was rebuilt by folks who stood strong in the face of every hardship and calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. They'll give those pirate bastards one bloody ill, you hear me? Oh, I hear you, and this is going to be a fun fight. Here they come! Ah, now I thought all them Yellow Jackets worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plan, has he? Now what? Pull back and wait for us Huggin brothers. Pistol that. We ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing small fork, it'll be or blood with stains, luring leviathans and altars. The yellow bellies you can butcher at will, and dirty as slugs will be crushed and give a full bite to the serpent reavers. Seems Swiftperch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore's word. Let us bear the Commodore word about a victory of no word at all. For Limsa, Limsa. Got all you yellow bellies and douse on your gizzards. You know pirates don't have to show them how a yellow jacket fights. We'll have time to switch from next to this side. More bastards, come on then. Alright, so guys, here's a trick to make the soil your breaches. Go to this, your master calls, heavy words and spike words. Stop like boys, send hold steady, lad. Give on pummel and we can't do much more of this. We did it. Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. Ooh. Hello. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this time. Ooh. I don't recognize this guy at all. Oh, mournful voice of creation, send it to be a creature of the abyss. My thrall to command that I may smite mine enemies. Yeah, that's a Asian sigil I don't recognize. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Soon, you can take your vile gifts to the grave. When springs this preternatural might, Ryan's venom eats its way through your veins. Hey, Stola. The fierce opponents whom you shall not stand well. An unwelcome guest, no matter all shall fall before me. No mortal should possess such strength. With power waning, form no chance to recover. Yay. We win. Though it's an Asian, so. That the wisdom of the Paragon should be brought low by mere mortals. Paragons, did he say? That is as I feared. They are known as the bringers of chaos, or Asians, to give them their property. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlians had encountered Asians before? I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait. I do begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift. You're alright, lad. If I had known a meaner bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those Reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night. This bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence. I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Shola. Please give our regards to Scions. I am glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of a most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray, send my greetings to Commodore Radar. I will. First, I'm traveling to Aleport. Ooh, crystal. Aww. No crystal for us. Ah, well. Let's get over to Aleport and continue with the quests we're in the middle of. What enemies do we have to take out? Rotano Buccaneers. Dusk Bats. Hatchlings, Hedgeballs. Okay, so most of these are in Skull Valley. But there's one that's in this area. I think I remember where the enemy I'm looking for is. It's whether or not I'm right. Because Quarterstone is over here. Yeah, I think I see people. Yep, that's what I was looking for. Anyone else require the Rotano Buccaneers? Okay, whatever we get for the next quest, we're definitely going to take Pants as our upgrade. Oh, there's the next enemy we need to fight. Thus we valid task. I pray inform the steersman at the pier. We are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute strategy and Hammerfall. Do not forget, your attacks are both your shield and your weapon. Okay, I will go do that in a bit. First, I want to deal with a few more of these hatchlings. Yay. Okay. What's it left? Rothatel Pelicans, Killer Mantises. I think both of those are over that way. So we'll do stuff inside here first. Then we'll come back and we'll do things inside here as this specific class that we're playing as. Let's synchronize. You should always sync up to Aetherite whenever possible. The 68 of an able-bodied adventurer. Look, adventurer gets around. Mayhap you have noticed the curls and jackals at each other's throats of late. I never see anything quite like it. The bloodshed only worsens by the day. If this continues, I dare say that one of these groups will wipe out the other before long. The birds mentioned a species of coral is a native to Vilbrand. Or else they shouldn't even be here. I believe they were smuggled. An elven merchant who may have a hand in these dealings. Her name is Raconta, and after some probing, I've come to believe she's somehow involved. I'm a question myself. She's like to flee at the first sight of yellow. That's where you come in. You speak with her and learn all you can. Take a look around. She's bound to be nearby. Okay, I can do that. What's this? So they send you to do their dirty work? Well, you'll never take me alive! Never! Lady, come on. You ran towards the dock. That's so stupid. Please don't hurt me. I didn't do nothing wrong. I smuggled in the corals for breeding like you asked. That's it. I ain't the one sending jackals into a frenzy, I swear. The Yellowjacket sent you, and not no pirates? Why the hell didn't you say so early? Hell, you've caught me. Behind the corals in Ailport, those good-for-nothing pirates have me breed jackals for them, too. But they're trained to make a nasty watchdog and the like. Pirates wanted more, and that's why they asked for corals. That they did? Smuggled them in, the pirates took them before I could finish the job. So they didn't want to wait for the breeding, but the buggers let them escape. Now they have jackals on loose trying to get rid of the corals and clean their mess. I'm a victim as well, you know. I had to pay good coin for the animals, but now they got folk chasing after them. Might cover their tracks, I'm sure. Hurry and tell those yellow jackets I ain't to blame, you hear? Yeah, I will. You're with the folks from Melvin's Gate? Oh, hells, I knew there'd be trouble. Well then, I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down this ramp. I have no part of what comes next, though. Sure you don't. Time to go. We've got an instance. Proceed. Definitely have to bother. Once again, I am reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we'll be able to commence this inspection earlier than I can calculate. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. And if you would take the rudder, the Morning Star waits. Don't know why we weren't on board already. I mean, we're going. Dude. We could take some really fun liberties with fantasy ships. Since their welcoming party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect with a probability of 85% their arrival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem Hardhead. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that suspects' goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way towards the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? What orders are you giving? We know where we're going. Jeez. I am Forcia Clea. By the authority of Melvin's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment. Well, now your timing could be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, you see. Bloody thing won't open. You'll have to come back another day after we fix the hinges. I will see that cargo now. Any vessel leaving the port of Limsa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection. The law is it, lads. I reckon it's time our guests have themselves a little accident. Pitch them over the side. Oh, good luck to them. My book is ready. Reborn must be protected first and foremost. There we go. We win. Massive display armor. Now we can finally gain access to their cargo. Oof! What have we here then? It's one of the bitch Emerald's lapdogs scampering about my ship. Just like your mistress, always sticking your nose in where it ain't invited. How dare you step on a book? No, it can't be. Recognized my pretty face, did ya? But you were caught, exiled. Force here. Are you hurt? Can you stand? Stay back. You stay away from me. Force here, please calm down. What are your orders? I've had enough of your yappering. I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learned anything from them. Oh no. Well, she is in full-blown panic. Next time, we got a different kind of lesson. Ah! Oh, goodness, she's fainted. Yeah, nothing can preserve us. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Arbor, quickly, back to the boat. We'll carry the force sheet. That's right. You slink on back to your mistress, you worthless curs. We'll go back to the Arcana skill. Oh, actually, hold on. We'll take care of Clea. You best return to the Arcana skill report to Mistress. Blah. I can't pronounce some of these names, okay? It gets hard. Ah, you're back. What can you tell me of Fortunte's dealings? She claims you're a victim as well. It was her greed that brought the Curls of Ilbrand. She is sorely mistaken for Yellow Jackets will turn blind eye. Mark my word, she will be held accountable. At any rate, we now know why the Curls and Jackets are trying to tear each other to shreds. Pirates have been quite careful not to leave any clues. We've managed to capture Conte's assailant. They're being questioned as we speak, and it won't be long before we track down the pirates. Don't worry, friend. The Yellow Jackets will see them brought to justice. Meantime, there is still the matter for Conte and the beast running amok in the fields. So I think what may happen should the Jackals and Crows continue fighting much longer. I have planned your assistance essential success. Let me know when you're ready to begin. Ah! And this is where we get some pets. Conte has a bid to bring jackals for pirates, but I fear she may be concealing more to be smuggled elsewhere. I beg you speak with her once more to prove my suspicions true. If she wishes to play the role of victim, perhaps this time she will be more forthcoming with information. Tell her that although we cannot grant her impunity, her cooperation will show a lighter sentencing. Now, we need to cycle the Coils running wild in Vilbrand. Jackals have greatly reduced their numbers, but the presence of Coils will set the balance of predation and Aelborn. Given time, they will establish a breeding population, perhaps even prey upon more than just animals. A large number of merchant sailors who travels past through Aelport daily, meeting a great many people, will be at risk unless we stop the Coils here and now. As much as it pains me to say this, they must be done away with. I like this snow more than you do, but we yellow jackets must put the safety of people above all else. Reports indicate the Curls were last sighted somewhere in Skull Valley. When you are ready, pray seek them out and do what needs to be done. Okay, I shall do that shortly. Just, other quests first. Before that, I need to go to the toilet and also deal with a quick chore. So I shall be back shortly. And we're back. Let's continue. Where boys are ya? I know that's Francis. He was. Yeah, well, he was kind of a big fella, was Rosa. And now they call him Axemaster, eh? Not so lot, you marauders. So I suppose you're hunting down our local trouble. What you do then is take yourself northwest up towards Camp Skull Valley and give a good whistle. The main bugger you're after, his name's Patripotan, by the way, will come running across the weeded plains. He'll think you're trespassing on his territory, see, so you better have that cleaver of yours ready. Sean's blessing be upon you. You need of work, lad? Name's Orwin, and I'm a representative of the Adventurers Guild. Notice the hat? I keep away tasks where the locals need doing, and dole them out to adventurers would look capable. And you look capable. Last thought I reckoned was tough enough, got his face bit off by a bleeding wharf rat. You need to prove to me you can handle the jobs. Take a look at this here task. Does this seem like something you could do? Alright then, you need to beckon your client, Memoroon, to help lead him to his destination. Beckon. Do I have that note? I must do. Where's Beckon? By name. There we go. Okay, before we do that, Jack. Alright, the Jolly Merchant Cove's still with his captives. Seems they've taken a room under an alias. Hiding their operations in plain sight. Bold as brass, aye. But it's an old slaver's trick. See, even if some cull recognize the merchandise, only a single handler gets boned. The rest of it just whistles. All isn't like while their mates is marched off to cry cockles. And you bet they've friend bloody murder for any prisoner who raises a hue and cry. Patience now, Colt. We'll just wait until we're sure that all these blackguards arrived. Meanwhile, you'd better sharpen your sabers. We have a busy night ahead of us. Ready for the job then? Once the Jolly Merchants are all here, we'll ambush the saws and set their captives free. That ought to be long enough. We'll just have to hope there ain't any stragglers. Listen closely now, Colt. The merchants are disguised as plain old adventurers. Have settled themselves in 3 separate rooms here in Aleport. How do we whittle which coves are the merchants? Easy. Take a look at the dabbles on that bingo swing over yonder. He's wearing lavender gloves, the exact same type with that nasty Saltstrand had on. That'll be how they find each other in a crowd. Of course, it's also how I whittled where each of the bastards was staying. Just snilch the hopeless glazes of the company they keep, and you can be sure you've found your mark. So here's the job all laid out for you. We hit all 3 common rooms, mill the merchants quick and dirty like, and get those captives their bleeding lives back. Alright? Boy, the storeroom's door's been forced open. Some thieving sod's been at the ale. Well, they can't have gotten far. Better get the lads and do a sweep of the port. Well, that makes light. Ugh, what's that merchant cove gulping pilfered ale? You'd think they'd be doing their best to draw attention to all things considered, but it oafs. And now we got a swarm of yellow jackets buzzing about looking for blood. If they spot us wandering around the dark rooms, I have a feeling they'll axe Ask first and ask questions later. It'd be best then if the patrols never even knew he was here. We'll slip as sneaky as we can into each of the common rooms and use them telltale leather gloves or the fair marks. There's innocent coals in there as well, mind, so let's try not to stab any of us don't deserve it, eh? Thinking we should head out one at a time to better avoid them yellow jackets, so I'll let you take the lead. After you, Arbert. Alright. First one dealt with. Next room. Great, take your disagreement outside. Free. Yes, you are free. Now I am going to go after the next target. That door there. Alright, last two targets. Thank you, thank you. Aim free. That looks to be the last of them. I didn't even need my help. Yeah, I didn't. Maybe I should be Guildmaster. Back into the shadows, lad. Hands off the merchant. No one touches the our profits. I love it. There we go, really complete. Not bad tonight's work, eh, Arbert? Maelstrom will be taking care of them poor culls we freed. I have made sure none of the merchants we downed are like to get up again. As for the Jolly Merchantman, well, her crew can expect a visit from the Admiral's finest galleys. But it won't be for tea and crumpets on the poop deck. Right, naughty lad. Our part in this is done. Time to get back to the sisters. Excuse me, are you the ones who freed us? Aye. Was there something else we could do for you, miss? Maelstrom Swads will take you home if that's what you're worried about. Oh no, I know. I just wanted to thank you. Aww. If I may, there was one other thing I should tell you. Moments before you rescued me, that dreadful pirate was muttering into his cups. There was something about another raiding party that hadn't yet made it back. I beg your pardon? I saved they've been hunting for slaves in Western Anosia, and being so close to Aleport, I kept assuming they were out rounding up Shathel until last bell. I just couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering as I have. Please, is there naught you can do? There certainly is, miss. You just get yourself safely home and leave this stray pack of jackals to us. I will pray for your success. Thank you again. So much for savoring a victory pint. I'll send word of this development to Underfoot and the Stray. We've some well-earned trade for the last of these jolly merchants. By the by, how's your throwing arm, Albert? I think it's time I learned you how to fling a proper blade. When you're out in the wide open roughlands, you often find the need to string a cow from a distance. I am sure a canny lad like yourselves will figure all sorts of uses for a well-thrown dagger. Just keep it in mind for when we hunt down the rest of them slavers. Definitely will. I was happy when we learned new skills. Let's see, I'm gonna move this one to here. Hide over to here. And throw a dagger up there. There we go. Those last few jolly merchant bastards must be camped out somewhere in Western Anosia. Now, if I was a black-blooded guild-grubbing slayer, where would I be hiding? There's not to the west but the Sahagan pools. Even those bollocks for brains pirates no better and trespass on fishback territory. They won't want a chance running into patrols near Aleport, so that just leaves us east. The flock? Aye, they'll likely be nestled down ruins out there amongst the dodos. That's where I'll try to pick up their trail. You head on over and snilch the place while I send word to the sisters in the Maelstrom. Yeah, I can do that. What class is currently? Yeah, we're fine. The Jackals want to know if I'm hiding more jackals. Fine, I'll come clean. It means preserving the dignity. All the jackals are long gone. There's a wolf pup I was looking after not too far from here. Jackals are easy to come by in Aleport, but wolves, you can be sure folk will pay good money for them. With the yellow jackals breathing down my neck of late, though, I haven't had time to care for him. The poor thing's probably too weak from hunger to move. I'll tell you where I hid him, but if you want to take him, best move now. What with the curls running wild, killing the pirate jackals and all, it won't be long before they start snooping about for more animals to train. I have to warn you, though, he may be a pup, but he'll likely make a meal of anyone who gets close to him. Try winning over his stomach with this here succulent bone. If that enough, try rubbing his belly to soothe him. You can bet he'll be following you everywhere. I left the critter in Quarterstone. Hurry before the pirates find him. We got a quest that takes us over there, so I will do that in a moment. First things first. Oh, there's a baby coral over there. Ah. Baby coral looked at you affectionately. Baby coral in my pocket. Okay. Why not? Oh, before I can carry on though. This class has a few hunt objectives around here. Might as well take care of them before we move on. So now some hedge moles. Okay. Let's see. Killer mantis. Oh, we only need to kill one of those hedge moles. Okay. Oh wait, no, we're going the wrong way. The objective is over there. Well, I wasted a bit of time on that. Okay, did I switch to... No, I didn't. Yay, he reached his destination. Leads aboard for hub. Treasure transfer storage of tasks to be had. Look forward to seeing you make a difference here, adventurer. Woo! Alright, we got 2 quests to take us over this way. First, oh, poor puppy. There you go. Yip, yip, yip. Sniff, sniff. Yay, I got a puppy. Aid these 2. That'll trigger a event. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up here since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. Those are some interesting looking dodos you've got there, Arbert. No sign of the merchants though, eh? The leader mentioned heading over to Aleport. He said something about there being no signal. That would signal something was wrong. They just left us hobbled here like lambs to the market. One of them joked about keeping the meat unsullied in case there was trouble. Pray let us flee this place before they return. And who are you to just sidle and set loose our hard-won prizes, I think it's the captain. It was a damnest thing. We had half a crew lodged in an airport, and not one of them survived the night. Done in by a couple of sneaky girls who favored the short blaze, they say. I suppose that was you two? Seems you've a bone to pick with our choice of trade. I can't say as I've much use for slavers. That's just a place to bury my knives. Oh, and I wouldn't bother yourself with waiting on your ship to come back neither. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But then, we wouldn't know the kind of coin, 3 healthy slaves like them, ones will bring us. I'll have a new ship and a new crew for a single moon has passed. You hear that, chattel? You're each worth a shiny, bloody fortune. You have me to thank for helping you learn your true worth. Ignore this bleating sod. In fact, why don't you step back a ways? Yeah, run for it. These coves are about to learn the consequence of breaking the code. Discussion is like to get messy. Did you not think we'd come for you? You can try to stifle your victim's screams in the darkness, but the shadows are always listening. Okay. Stow your wings and draw your steel. Always more. These birds are slow, but they fast as heck. Keep your distance shield from afar. Throw your blade daggers at them. Take them on one at a time. Not the only one with reinforcements. Those took a sweet time. Let's mount this place up. There we go. Oh look, a child. Bet we were a big influence. Thank you. I shared to think what horrid fate awaited us had you not helped us to escape. I knew someone would come, just like the heroes in the stories. They always arrive at the perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think I could be a hero like you? I know I could be brave and strong too. I just know it. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now, me and those coves there, we're the ones what the scary folk are afraid of. And that's because we keep the rules for the world they live in. We don't much care if you shirk your chores or get into fights. If you ever break the code and betray your mates, that's when we'll come after you. No matter how far you run or how well you hide. Live your life like the hero you want to be, though. And you'll never need worry about that. Cute. You two can double it at all. That's him trying to be polite. Oh look, it's the one who wants us shut down. I assume you are the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants? I am Captain Milalo of the Yellow Jackets. Maelstrom commands entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's alright, lad. These folks will take care of you. Go on. You best not get left behind. Was there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job? From me? For you? How patently absurd. Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat to mind my larder. Wow. So rude. Was it during one of your jobs that you turned Ailport into a slaughterhouse? What dark age is this that we must employ assassins to enforce the law? It is this continued dalliance with underworld miscreants such as you that prevents Limsa from ever fully expunging a stain of piratical infection. Look at these weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruit and leaves them at table where they belong. Do you perhaps clench them twixt your teeth as you swing over rails like the pirates you hunt? The fair city has no place for those who refuse to abandon the brutish ways of the past. The only champion of justice this nation requires, wow, shiny gun, are the valiant and forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. Jack, what the bloody hell does this girl want with us? For the foggiest idea, love, just smile and nod. I've not come here to be patronized. I've come to put a decisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. Heed well my words. Just before dawn this very morn, a maelstrom vessel stocked with provisions was boarded and looted by pirates. Much of the cargo was stolen, that is vexing indeed, but as the theft of 3 items in particular, 3 unique treasures of nigh incalculable worth, that most distresses my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they made well their escape, disappearing into the dawn mist along with their precious plunder. A rumtail. What's it to do with us? I challenge you. Contests to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my yellow jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greater share, I shall formally propose the abolition of the Rose Guild. Upon review of our achievements, and I will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. Blow it out your wallet. I have better ways to spend my time. How do you now? This incident constitutes a theft against the nation of Limsa. Does not violate your beloved code. If I'm not mistaken, you've no choice but to rise to the occasion. Unless, of course, you mean to slink back into your hole and abandon the fundamental precepts of your duty. Ooh, she's got you there. All right, you screeching shrew. You've made your bloody point. And you'll be sorry that you did. I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount to naught in the face of my conviction. I shall not rest until Limsa is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and shadow-dwelling ne'er-do-well. What now, Jack? For now, we are back to the sisters. Got a bunch of different quests now. The rogue one I can leave for a bit. No. They block the path. I don't want to get involved. Leave me alone. Go away. Whack. There, we made it. Does class have any in this area that I haven't gone after yet? Dusk bats and hedge moles, yeah. One more after that one. I'll be happy when I have the ranged attack for this class. Oh wait, are we already finished? We're not actually. Alright, what else does this class need to hunt? pelicans and killer mantises. I'm pretty sure the pelicans are right here. Yep, there they are. How many of these did I get? 4. Essentially, each rank of the hunting log should account for about 10 levels worth of enemies. And it really helps to level up outside of doing quests. Who else has to deal with pelicans? This one does... Is this one? Yes, so they both need to fight pelicans. I think eventually you do get to a stage where it requires you to leave your native area for the quests, but we'll see. I do want to get to that stage of us leaving Limsa. And we'll change this to helping Limsa if we don't end up leaving it before the end of this stream. Probably change to like our first ASEAN. First, we don't want to leave this area just yet, because killer mantises were the other enemy that we need to deal with that's in this area. And there they are. Might as well. We're here. Lead it away from the other one. Alright, that's 1 out of 2. So I need to find another one. Maybe there'll be one on the other side? Because he doesn't need pelicans. Is that it for him? Yeah, just one killer mantis and then he's done. And there's one that we need. Should really have snuck up on it and given it a good sneak attack. Ah well. Is that it? Just need to deal with some pelicans, and then this class is done with its hunting log for now, until we get to the next area, unlocking the next area. Yay. Is that it then? Yep, just something that's in Upper Lenosia, and Upper Lenosia. We're good. Yay. Man's best friend. I heard from Rakonta you went looking for a star pup in Quarterstone. Did you have any luck? Ah, so this is the pup Rakonta has been hiding. Well done. She was here not long ago, as a matter of fact. It seems she is willing to cooperate with the authorities and help set things right. That's an old friend. While you were searching for this pup, a group of pirates related to the investigation was taken into custody. Could have done it without your help. The ringleader has yet to be found, but perhaps now Ailport can enjoy a moment of respite. All that remains is what to do with this pup. Seems to have taken a liking to you. Perhaps it would be best if you looked after him. Simply no room for him at headquarters, and letting him wander about on his own is out of the question. Realize how sudden this is, but please give him a good home. Mine. Welcome back, Adventure. How did you fare against the Pearls in Skull Valley? Kitty. I see, so this baby coral is all that remains. It is truly a shame it came to this. Most of the jackals died fighting against corals, but it would seem you slew the pirate's last litter while saving this one. Let us at least take solace in knowing the bloodshed has ended. There's a bit of good news to be had. I received word not long ago that a group of pirates related to our investigations taken into custody. To gain such carnage without scruple, the true animals in this case have been placed behind bars. With any luck, their leader and remaining members will join them shortly. But what to do with this baby Coral? He seems quite fond of you, almost as if you were his father. The Yellow Jackets are not fit to care for Coral, especially when full grown. We can't simply release him back into the wild. Suppose there's only one option. Friends, I leave this baby Coral in your capable hands. I'm sure you will do what's best for him. Alright. Well, all that's left is to return to Limsa and turn in a bunch of quests there. We'll turn in Marauders last. In terms of what gear we'll be taking, we'll take whatever provides us with the best bonus. It's good to see you well, Artbert. XIV sent word ahead of your travails. Unfortunate turn of events, but concerning the infamous black heart you face, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dozmaga? He was exiled from Limsa some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. And once more he dares lay a hand on Fort Kalia. The poor lass must have been terrified. If Dozmaga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessors may require some time to recover. For Kalia, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to salve the hurt to her mind. If you're concerned, angry mayhap, harness that energy and channel it into your training. Particularly, shall be needing your skills again before long. Okay, so that provides a boost of... Ooh, that actually affects our head. We can't take it. With that in mind... we'll take the new boots. Alright, well, let's get started. Next, we'll go turn in the Rogues Guild. And preferably for this one, I'm going to check the chest plate so I can have something that actually looks like it suits the character. You looking to head inside? Yes. For a wee lass, that Malala's got some bollocks, and it seems she's well done without what whiffs of pirate stock. I don't take kindly to culls pulling my strings, but the sure is right. The code's been broken, and we've a job to do. From the sounds of it, though, the coves knew what they were about when they cloyed them treasures. I'll need you at your best. It's time you learned the art of mugging. But for Cullen just the right way, and he'll give up more than what you get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads will be busy whittling the story on them bitten baubles, so you're free to head out and sharpen your skill. Might even be as you'll pocket some extra blunt while you're at it, eh? Yeah, I think I'll take the cotton shirt. the knives you've gotten have looked the same, which is a shame. But oh well. All that's left is Marauders Guild. Yeah, I prefer it at that, to be honest. Alright, so let's go to the Marauders Guild. We've got 2 quests to turn in here. Or at least one that's just progressing. I have been in contact with Rainford, and he has not but praise for you. Alright, Bert, your representation of the guilds has been exemplary. So one more task will have you complete today. A task that will demonstrate for you just how strong you've become. Horse Griffin, where he waits on the bank of the Aegis River, and he shall help you unveil the untapped power of your axe. Azam, eagerly have awaited your turn. Words of exploits already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and sound judgment. With the Limsa and more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of the Eorzea's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Clearly Badaron's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt even he imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favor me with your own account of day's events, such victorious bear retelling? Ishtola has been working with us for quite some time, you see. And she was only too willing to assist the Yellow Jackets in the kidnapping investigation, proving herself a stalwart ally of Limsa yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swiftport, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the Thalassocracy. Admiral. Oh, hello! Bluffswin. Was that her surname? Yeah, but Mirweb, leader of this part of yeah, Admiral Bluffswin. Yep, I present you Admiral Bluffswin. Yeah, she came to meet with me in person.
So, this is the adventurer I've been reading about in the field reports.
Yep.
I am Melve Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa.
Yep.
On behalf of my people, I bid you thanks for the deeds you have done this day.
Wasn't a problem. Always happy to help.
A token of our gratitude. What worth is high regard without just reward, after all? Ha! Since you first set foot in our city, my good friend Badaron and Commodore Rayner have taken turns at regaling me with tales of your exploits. Safe to say, they left an impression. Join me at the coming banquet.
Oh, wow.
A seat of honor at the celebratory feast is the least I can offer the man who foiled the Sahagin.
A seat at the feast.
Yep. Indeed.
Oh, and don't be late. Your fellow guests will be eager to take the measure of their newest hero, and some do not take kindly to being kept waiting. Till then, may you walk in the light of the crystal.
Dress shoes. I am not sure you understand just how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. is highly coveted honor, while even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service of the Phallocracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has you not read this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before several dignitaries of Limsa and Limsa. Now that I have imagined a scene, I realize that you will wear attire suitable for the occasion. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Baderon can arrange. He is surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Yeah, I guess he is. What am I doing? There's a teleporter right there. Before I go speak to Badron, I want to finish the tank quest. So let's go do that. Isla, I know why you're here. After seeing this big a boulder, I wager you know why you're here too. Now, my rock is a bit more of a challenge than those pebbles Walkham had you training on. To crack his booty, you'll require a relatively heavy sword. Possibly say? Ha! Wasn't one to send you out here if you didn't think you're capable. Well then. Ha! Would you look at that? On your first attempt, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Axe Master for you. Yeah, apparently. That was it. I think I'm going to upgrade the pants when I do get to this quest's objective. I'm probably going to hold on to all of the equipment that I've been acquiring up till now until all of my classes have maxed out. With leveling a bunch of those, I'll probably do most of it off camera. That way I can focus on just getting it as quickly as possible. We'll see how things go. Just depends on what we can do to level up quickly. I knew it would return before long. The definite crack of sharing boulder reached me even here. The Sea of Strength deserves recognition. Shall have in the form of a new technique, adopted and perfected by our guild forebears. The tomahawk throw was first devised by pirates as an opening attack on closing enemy vessels. Though we primarily focus on close war combat, you will no doubt find that having a powerful ranged strike at your disposal greatly expands your tactical versatility. A sense of the impending confrontation with Kujata weighs heavily on your mind, Artbert. But hurried swings lead to glancing blows. There is no swift road to attain the peak of mastery you seek, only a steady, measured ascent. We're slowly but surely getting there. Though I think I'll use Arcanist for the party. Really, we should have a whole formal attire for this. I don't know why they only give us the shoes. Also, part of me kind of wishes you had the option of playing through all the possible storylines for the beginning. Well, if it was guest of honor. Obnobbing with the high and mighty now, is it? Tell you, lad, I damn near snorted ale out my nose. Heard the news. You've come a long bloody way, you have. And that's the truth. Well, one thing's for sure. You'll not want for decent grub. These banquets are catered by the bleeding Bismarck, no less. It's the grand chance to fill your belly, to burst them with fine, and more importantly, free food. We can't have you turn up in your shite-caked venturing gear. No, the hero of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about him. You've only stopped while complaining when he stuffs his face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octant and speak to the Sir Brigadier Consortium. She'll furnish you with some gentlemen to wear. I've already had a word with her, so all you need to do is pick up the goods, then bring them back here, so as I can tell you what's what. Okay, so we need to go to the Octant. Where is that? The floor below? You! Take me downstairs. Yeah. Good day, sir. I assume you're the underdressed gentleman Baderon mentioned. See, he was not exaggerating. I've chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. If you're not, I'm certain, and you'll absolutely adore them. Ah, this is where we buy glasses. I don't intend to have this character wear glasses. I do want everything else that they're selling, though. Yeah, I'll hold on to those for now. And then the undershirt. Okay. Basically, they sell your starting gear so that if you ever lose it but want to get the glamour for it back, you can. Been to see us, have we? Let's add that box then. Here we go, a nice pair of dress shoes for you. The bloke might have much else to his name, but so long as he's got a decent pair of shoes on his feet, there ain't nowhere he can't go. Think of him as a gift from me and all the other folks you've done right by along the way. Aye aye, 'tis a very moving gesture, I guess. Just don't go welling up on me, eh? Wouldn't do for Limsa's new hero to turn up at the banquet soaked in his own tears and socks. Hey, Ro, that's your guard, sir. Now we just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready and I'll tell you where you must go. You ready then, are you? Good. The banquet will be starting soon. If you'd waited any longer, I'd considered it my civic duty to it over the head and drag you there. Now make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when you turn up, alright? Carrying them won't do any good. They're meant to make you look like a gentleman. Remember, not gentleman's bleeding lackey. As for directions, the feast being held on the bridge and now in his briefing room. Speak to Zanvale and Bulwark Hall, and he'll show you the way. Just keep that head held high, lad. With everything you've done for Limsa, you have good reason to be proud. And don't let no highborn bugger tell you different. Dress shoes, fancy dress shoes. Adventure wearing fancy dress shoes? Oh no, those isn't fancy dress shoes. Come, Adventure, I will show you their briefing room. Hello.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, join me now in honoring this man for his services to our great nation. May the navigator guide and protect him on his journey, till sea swallows all.
Yay. I like getting the recognition.
These pirates you encountered with the tattooed faces, they call themselves the Serpent Reavers. Their ranks are formed of cutthroats and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the primal Leviathan. From what we have gathered, they sought to swell their numbers by spiriting away any soul unfortunate enough to cross their path. I need not tell you the depth of the animosity between us and the Sahagin. How any seaman worth his salt could devote himself to the fishback's god is a question for a more temperate mind than mine.
Yep.
But, thanks to you, our citizens may once more go about their daily lives, safe in the knowledge that they will not be dragged into the darkness by those execrable curs.
Such an extraordinary glow. This is one of the crystals of light.
By the Navigator.
After our encounter with the Gubu, you had a vision, did you not? Of a towering crystal.
Yep, that's right.
You bathed in her light.
Yashtola's conclusion is clear, and I see no reason to doubt it. You are the vessel of a higher power. This being from your vision was the Mother Crystal. Your description matches what little we know of her. And if she has chosen you, then your deeds may yet shape the fate of nations. As once did the deeds of the Warriors of Light. Know you the tale? Like you, they were not of these lands, yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption of the Primals. When the Gallian Empire began its conquest of the realm, these heroes joined the Grand Companies and helped reforge the Eorzean Alliance. And at the Battle of Cartano, they took the field beneath our banners to fight for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the midst of that hell, that we lost them. Every soul who survived that battle will never forget how it was to fight beside them. We are proud to call them our comrades. Yet whenever we try to shout their names, the sound dies in our throats. And whenever we strain to see their faces with our mind's eye, naught but their shadows appear to us, set against a blinding light. Ask any true Eorzean who knew them, and the story will be the same. It is for this reason that we call them the Warriors of Light. When I look upon you, I cannot help but be reminded of them.
Coincidentally, if you had played 1.0, you are them.
Keep that crystal safe. In time, I believe the Mother Crystal will make clear her reasons for bestowing it upon you. Heed well her words, adventurer, for it is Hydaelyn herself who speaks.
Oh, yep. Echo Vision time. There it is. The moon. That the Garleans decided to drop on.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold. Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it cost them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Whoop. Ganassian.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
I don't think the presence of an Assia is nothing.
Bloody hells!
I love her barrier.
Barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Yep.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
Sorry, I think Bloodthorn is dead.
Ah!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
There are so
God
many
damn
friends
it!
about
We
this.
cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me!
God. I never expect, like, Metal Gear references. Jeez.
Damn it! Damn it all to the 7th hell!
Yep.
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
Which means they're probably
What of our
dead.
own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
Don't think you have a choice.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Well then.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
It's so weird going back to old voices like this. Or just hearing characters that we haven't seen in several
The outcome of this
expansions.
battle was long since decided.
It's been literally years since I've seen some of these people.
Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what?
Good question.
We go to take our place beside Archon Louis Soir. To your positions.
I should live to the whole magnificent. The arms of the prison have only made him hungrier. I am aware of them. Hating their lives. They are powerless to act. It has begun. Soon the planet will be brave and well then. That was an extended vision. Morning, sunshine. All a bit much for you, was it? What happened? Ah, you don't remember then. You keeled over in the middle of a banquet and caused a right stir. I had to carry you back to the wench myself. Well, I say carry. It was more a matter of dragging and rolling. Too much cake, I reckon. Hey, don't fret. 'Tis little wonder you was exhausted after everything you've been through lately. Your little nap seems to have put some color back in your cheeks, though. So I'll leave you to it. Look, I almost forgot. The Admiral wants to have a word with you. When you feel up for a talk with him, and he'll let you into the command room. And stay awake, eh? I'm told little Mirror would was in the middle of telling you a story when you started snoring last time. I doubt she took kindly on it if you repeated the trick. Well, we're obviously not gonna keep an outfit. Greetings, Albert. Admiral Bluffswin awaits you in the command room. Shall I announce you? Yes. Arbor, it's good to see you on your feet again. You are recovered? Well, let's waste no time. I have a task that needs doing, one I should entrust to no other. Never mind, for you requires some explanation. I hope you have not made other plans. This is them. Here we go. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. The Battle of Carchano and the calamity that followed claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship. The warriors of light who might once have given them hope are gone. Yet we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. To that end, I am proposing that a memorial service be held in each of the city-states on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Carchano. These letters contain the details of said proposal, and I would have you deliver them to our allies as my personal envoy. You have proven yourself a staunch and able ally to Limsa, and that is not my only reason for choosing you. No, I choose you because you possess a quality which puts me in mind of history's champions. A quality I feared lost. Say that you will perform this duty. Yeah, of course. As if I'd say no. I knew you would not disappoint me. This task will take you far from the borders of our nation, to city-states of Britannia and Ul'dah. A grueling journey, to be sure, for you to travel by sea and land. I mean to have you take to the skies. An airship pass, to be used at your discretion. Airships bound for the nations of our allies leave from the landing connected to the bridge. For you to depart, I suggest you trouble Baderon for a few pearls of wisdom regarding each of your destinations. The old bastard is nothing if not well-traveled. It's a pity I cannot issue such passes with a freer hand as I did in more peaceful times, when berths were not so limited. By these times of war, every craft we commit to the clouds risks drawing the eyes of the Empire, and every voyage must needs be born of necessity. Lest you doubt, I consider your place well deserved. Nor am I alone in that opinion. There were other parties who would see you granted the privilege of air travel. Aye, Albert, your deeds do not go unnoticed. Full many see great promise of you, but I am flattered you enough. On behalf of Limsa and her people, I bid you go forth, adventurer. Discover the realm for which so many have fought and died. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either. Only by braving the unknown will you achieve the greatness of which you are surely capable. The light of the crystal guides you, and I wager that your destiny will be no small thing. Yep, that's certainly an understatement. This is it. We made it. We can leave Limsa. Back from a meeting with the Admiral, are you? Personal bleeding envoy? So you'll be carrying the word of the Admiral herself, the leaders of the Alliance. Bugger me, I knew he was going up in the world, but I didn't realize you got that bloody eye. I'm proud of you, lad. Thinking of how far you've come, why, 'tis enough to bring a tear to me eye. And that ain't the ale talking either. Well, not just the ale at any rate. Bless the navigator for steering in my way. Of course, this is only the start. Now you've got your hands on an airship pass, the all of yours is laid out before you. Like a fair maid on a feather bed. She's got a big girl, and she's a big girl too, with plenty of enticing nooks and crannies. If you think us Limsans are characters, just wait till you cross paths with the grim forest dwellers of Gridania, or trade coins with the crafty merchants of Ul'dah. And then there's the wild places where the beasties rule, and no bugger with an ounce of sense sets foot. But you're adventurous. I wouldn't let a little thing like that hold you back. Of course, it ain't all exploring and excitement. There's a heap of trouble. This is what plagues every nation's sea. It ain't just ours. I'm talking intrigue and infighting, beastmen and their gods and primals. Aye, there's an ugly side to life, and sooner or later you're bound to walk into it. I'll wager there's bugger all out there as you can't handle. Someone tells me you're going to be just fine. The realm's had it rough, 'tis true, but folk are beginning to recover from the beating the calamity dealt them. Call me an hopeless optimist, but it wouldn't take much to turn things round. It's the perfect time for an adventurer like yourself to get out there and make a difference. Well, what are you waiting for? Yes, what am I waiting for? Greetings, sir. This is the counter for passengers traveling to Gridania. Wait, aren't you that famous adventurer? It's Arbert Azem, isn't it? I recognize you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. Highwind Skyways is at your disposal. Will you be traveling with us today? Yes. Time to leave Limsa. Attention all passengers, the airship bound for Gridania is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. Apparently we're the only one traveling today. That's stupid. But I guess it makes sense that not many people can use this service with the whole war with Garlemald. Of course, she's throwing wonders off. Good fortune to you, Ardbert. They'll come when your name means the same as Eero to the folks of this realm. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Okay, so depending on how you look at it, that's either the end of Act 1 or the end of the prologue. Castrum Occidens. Ah yes, we get to meet the Garlemald Power Rangers. I remember these guys. technically a Gold Ranger, because he fights powered up that way. Red Ranger, White Ranger,
It has
and
been
Green.
15 years, but the bitter taste of defeat lingers still. 15 years since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed. But an innumerable host of dragons met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great meat guard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost.
Hardly
and
invincible,
all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest.
Ended. More like stalled.
Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false
He's a
gods.
Black Ranger. That one on the left. Yeah, more of a black than green.
Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet, it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balzar.
Balzar. Where's Balzar? Ugh.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Clearly.
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartano. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
Good question.
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
Oh. Okay.
My lord!
I don't remember him ever removing his helmet in the original version of this. Like, it was a big deal when he did.
Call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
I don't remember this scene at all.
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume.
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all.
Well then. That's not even his
Clean
primary
up
weapon.
this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once. my lord.
Garland. Soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
Well. What if there'll be any other things that have changed from the original version that, or things that I don't recall at all? Yeah, I was waiting for it to finish loading. Ah, you must be the envoy from Limsa. Welcome to Gridania, sir. The elder seats here await your arrival. Greetings, good sir. You are a Limsa envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray you make your way to the city proper and identify yourself to the conjurer at Nofika's altar. She'll meet you at the loading stand where the seats here awaits. Okay. Obviously, we're exploring this city before we do anything else. I made no secret about my disinclination towards Gridanians, as you may know. But I saw a rare sight that I would be remiss not to share with a fellow adventurer. Just over yonder in the acorn archers, I saw a comely maiden, new to these benign parts, I'd wager, dancing with a gaggle of younglings. It was a dance I'd not seen before, and I've seen my fair share. They perhaps ready themselves for some fresh rite? After so much doom and gloom, it shouldn't mind a day of merrymaking. Just a thought excites me. Would you see what it's all about? Yeah, I can do that. Got a lot of different quests we can take. But first... preserving the past. I venture precisely what we need. Not long ago we dispatched our newest recruit, Arthur, to inspect Miketta's amphitheater. Regrettably, the young hero has more spirit than sense, and he charged off without his tools. Suffice to say, we'll be getting his work done. We'd be so kind as to deliver them to him. Wonderful. Seek out Lothika in the acorn orchard behind the atrium. He should have our horse tools. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to the Carpenters Guild. We are the artisans who take wood and grant it no form of purpose as the archer's bow, the lancer's spear, and the novice's shield. If carpentry holds any appeal, you should consider joining our guild. Might you be interested in learning the way of woodworking? Wonderful, wonderful. Now before we proceed, I think it only right that I acquaint you with our guild's storied past. Since the founding of Gridania, we have built our homes and crafted our weapons from the trees of the Twelves Wood. As our nation grew and prospered, the woodworkers' repertoire expanded to encompass a greater variety of articles, and carpentry developed into an art. At first, there was no association of carpenters. Each individual worked and sold services independently. However, the advent of water mills meant that more efficient construction methods were needed, along with formalized maintenance regimens, all of which necessitated organization. The Carpenters Guild was founded to oversee the operation of water mills and promote cooperation between woodworkers. Now, I must mention at this point that we owe much more of our prosperity to the Great Bone Growery. Thanks to the hardworking botanists, we are blessed with the finest lumber in all Eorzea. This confluence of ideal circumstance allows us to provide all manner of goods and services to the people of Gridania. My apologies, that was rather longer than I intended. Still, I trust you have gained a beer in sending every guild. We expect our members to drink deep of the collective wisdom that the guild has amassed over the course of its history, to actively seek an understanding of wood and the technique required to work it, rather than simply waiting to be taught. We expect, in short, nothing less than total commitment to the craft. If you wish to start down this path, speak to me once more, and I shall explain you the enrollment process. Would you like to learn more about the enrollment process? Yep. Wonderful. I should mention at this point, the Timber Master Beatoness assesses all would-be apprentices personally. She will need to obtain his approval before you begin. Timber Master Beaton can be a harsh and unforgiving man, but if you love the craft and have the will to learn, you could ask for no better tutor. He is quite simply the finest carpenter in Gridania. Of course, it will take you some time and no small amount of effort to comprehend the full extent of his teaching, but you may rest assured that he will not lead you astray. That said, when you meet him, I advise you choose your words carefully and resist the urge to run away. Fair. Another green adventure come to play with Sauls, but then I suggest with the... Oh, you've met with Korik, have you? That as well, but know the decision to initiate you into the guild rests with me. Tell me, true adventure, how you might devote yourself to the art of carpentry? The look on your face bespeaks determination, or mayhap trapped wind. Still, you look strong enough to hold a saw, and if your resolve is indeed genuine, I give you leave to remain, for the time being. However, you are useless to me in your current state. You are as a seedling, some potential perhaps, but no more like to thrive than perish. Experience is what you require, boy, and I shall give you the means to acquire it. Take a saw. It is old, yes, but sharp as needs be. Now, prove to me that you are not completely incompetent by taking up your new tool. Once you have done so, present yourself to me for inspection. The experience bonus is the same, but this covers the first 10 levels. Okay. And Carpenter is the first one. Good, you have proven that you know how to grip a saw. You are mistaken for a mere tool, for it is a part of you, of your arm. And can you put down part of your arm? No. Mark me then. If you do not put it down, worse, lose the bloody thing, use my own saw to demonstrate to you the pain of losing a limb. I jest. One-armed carpenters are scarcely half as useful in my experience. In any case, merely holding a saw does not make you a carpenter, whatever some might think. You must become one with it and learn to feel with it as you work the wood. To which you must first know the wood. Demonstrate your knowledge by bringing me a length of maple lumber. Maple lumber is made from maple logs. Our man Ferial by the entrance will furnish you with such logs for a nominal price. Of course, any fool knows that fresh cut logs are laden with water. To guard against decay, we use wind charts to hasten the natural drying process. Do not forget to do the same. How many logs do we need? 3. Go deliver this. As I mentioned before, Pharaoh has maple logs to suck, as well as many other materials you may require. If you're ready, show me what you have brought. Yes, I feel it. The wood tells all. There were no careless cuts. Some carpenter moved as one as if dancing. Juiciest grain, how it flows softly like dirt. Durable yet pliant, suitable for weapons and armor both. This child is maple. Trace the grain with your fingertips and memorize the lines. Consider every characteristic when choosing your materials. That is what it means to know the wood. The maple lumber you have brought me is acceptable. You'll pass the first test. Yet, for all that has grown, your knowledge is still lacking. You must need to learn more. A true carpenter knows the qualities and uses of every tree in the forest. The lines of the maple better than those upon your own hand. Return to me. I shall have another test for you. Until then, child. Okay. Day of merrymaking, is that all you adventures think about? Here, teach, my dear fellow. For me, these young ones I learn will signify an uniquely uplifting dance. And I realize full well the tradition may not hold much allure for the young, but I didn't think they would up and run away. This marriage disobedience is unprecedented. It's all the more surprising considering they obey the timber master without demur. Why wouldn't give to know his secret? I must wait here for my own ruly charges. I wonder though, right? This man, how he tamed them. I know all about adventurers. You'll do anything for reward, won't you? Well then, I want you to make Annie laugh. She's no good with strangers, so first introduce yourself politely with a bow. Idale sent you? Give me a moment. Here they are, still fresh and unused as the day he got them. Daddy's even realized he left the playthings behind. First day and he forgets his tools. So he needs to pick up them. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Hi. You could have just told me all the instructions at once. Seemed to work, but she still looks sad. Try sharing a joy in your heart with her. That'll show how nice. You're odd. I think she's already like you. Good. Now that you've broken the ice, I bet that if you surprise her and just start dancing, she'll laugh her head off. I love that each race has a unique dance. You're a really good dancer, mister. That looks like fun. Maybe I should try it sometime. Okay, that was a low-level quest, so I'm not going to turn it in until I have a low-level class to accept it. I don't recall summoning you, Arbert. Is there something you wish to inspect? Apparently not. Speak your mind, child. So long as you'll not heed their dancing master, and I am to provide the solution. Master Yevyev seems able enough, but having no generosity towards herself. She has none for her charges. Give the younglings these on her behalf and bid them return to their lesson. Bribery. Silly. Ah, the children aren't here, they're elsewhere. Okay. We got 2 quests over here. to unlock archery. Let's go do that. Also, the teleporter is right over there too. Hail, Avenger, might you have a moment? I'm meaning of a trustworthy soul to deliver a missive to Parnell. You can find her in the shaded bower in the midst of the markets. Why would I not simply go and speak with her myself? I am sure you have observed Grenadians have a tendency to be rather in person. They can be a little on the pretty side. The matter is not urgent. Simply hand over the missive the next time you find yourself in the markets. Please, as a favor from one adventurer to another. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to the Archers Guild. It is here that archers the realm over gather to master the bow. We engage the enemy from a distance, ever seeking to alter the course of battle with a single well-placed arrow. If you have a mind to become an archer, then you have come to the right place. Do you wish to join our ranks? Marvelous. Allow me to enlighten you on the history of both our art and the guild. Oh, that little bit of history about the class is interesting. The bow is an ancient tool that has existed since before our fair nation came into being. As an implemented war and hunting both, it protects us from our enemies even as it keeps us fed and clothed. Archery as practiced in Britannia was born of two distinct styles of bowmanship. The first was devised by the longbow sentries of the Elizan, who once ruled the lowlands, while the second belonged to the shortbow hunters of the formerly nomadic Makote. As you'll doubtless be aware, both races ultimately came to call the Twelveswood home. Though the two people began as rivals, they gradually learned to live together in harmony. During his time, they learned from one another, the two schools of archery intermingling to give birth to the art as it is known today. This wouldn't have been possible were it not for the Trappers League. The guild was established in order to promote sustainable hunting and cooperation within the hunting fraternity at large. As a happy coincidence of this union, the guild's members came to engage in friendly contests of skill. Inspired by such competitions, a handful of their number began to focus on perfection as opposed to mere practicality, transforming a skill into what may be termed an art. These individuals go on to form a guild of their own. The Archers Guild, where men and women gather to attain mastery over the bow. More than a few members of the God's Quiver loosed their first arrow within these very halls. That, my friend, is a brief history of archery in Gridania. Doubtless you are more eager than ever to take up the bow. It will be my pleasure to recommend you to our guildmaster. You must receive her permission if you are to join us. If you will excuse me for a moment, I shall see to it that the relevant lists are amended. Pray speak to me again in a short while. So you resolve to join the Archers Guild? Yes. The look in your eye bespoke your determination. It would be my pleasure to refer you to the guild to Minister Lucian. Lest you worry unduly, Lucian is an affable and kind-hearted woman. Even those not of the guild have been known to seek her counsel on various matters, never have they been given fair hearing. Lucian waits to see you in the training area down. Present yourself before her and press upon her your desire to join the guild. Greetings, adventurer. I'm told you wish to join our ranks. I am Lucian, the master of the Archers Guild, and I bid you welcome. Our doors are open to all who have the will to learn. I'll explain the basics of our art and offer you a foretaste of that which we teach the members of our guild. The bow's greatest advantage is its range. Unlike those arms used in other disciplines before, it allows one to strike at the enemy from afar. Though the bow may not boast the destructive force of a sword or spear, its myriad strategic applications more than compensate for this shortcoming. An experienced archer can immobilize an enemy by striking a leg, or sap his strength with a poisoned arrow. Rise to become a virtuoso of archery, and a veritable deluge of death will be yours to rain down upon your foes. By fighting from a distance, we can better assess the battlefield, thereby determine the most advantageous course of action. This is of paramount import, as our role in battle is to exploit the enemy's weakness. With the requisite placement and timing, a single arrow may serve to turn the tide. To this end, the guild seeks to instill a discerning eye within its members, that they might learn to strike at vulnerabilities swiftly and surely. Now, any half-wit can bend the bow. It is no simple undertaking to become a skilled archer. You must be prepared for a long and arduous journey. We are resolved to complete this journey. That is well. From this moment forth, you may consider yourself one of our number. Now, lend me your hunting log, if you would. I shall add to it the names of such creatures as provide a fitting challenge to an archer. To help you on your day, I bestow upon you this short bow. Arm yourself with your new weapon, and then speak to me again. I will have you undertake a trial to gauge your fitness to join the guild. Cool. Archer falls under physical DPS. Let's see. Samurai, Reaper, Viper, Beastmaster, Archer. We're probably going to have to rearrange this entire list later when we actually get to unlocking more classes. I'll figure that out when the time comes. Ah yes, the bow becomes you, Arbert. Now, before proceeding any further, I must needs gauge your innate aptitude for archery. To this end, I hereby assign you the following trial. So the squirrels, ladybugs, and fungers that roam just beyond the city gates. 3 of each should suffice. In so doing, you will prove your fitness to join the Archers Guild. Which was saying that you must do so using your bow. Report back to you when the task is accomplished. Go now, Barbara, and request one of these halls. I can do that. But first, we have some other quests we can finish. There are probably a lot of quests we won't be able to do, but the fact that it's not the region we were originally from. Thank you, you're pretty good at this. You lost your father 5 years ago during all the fighting. She hasn't laughed much since then. Which, I mean, we're all worried, but a lot of the younglings have been following you around lately, and surprised understand, don't they? Thanks for your help. No problem, kid. Let's keep exploring. Diplomacy. I run because it's boring. All Mr. just says is how we're doing it wrong. Yeah, it's one of Master Beans. If this is supposed to be a bribe, then got yourself a deal, adventuring man. Wow. Amazing. Oh, there's a lot of different classes around. A lot of different ones we can take here. You there, you're an adventurer, yes? Good, I have a task for you. Take yourself over to the Conjurer's Guild to speak with my student, Brea. She has her hands full preparing for the algorithm and would likely welcome your assistance. In her excitement of becoming a conjurer, I fear my young disciple is pushing herself beyond the limits of her endurance. Enthusiasm is all well and good, but it would not do to have an initiate collapse from exhaustion. I don't want to be a dancer. Why can't we just play? I mean, I guess we could dance for fun, but I think Mr. Yadif knows how. She's so uptight. Is this one of Master Beanstalk's? Does that mean there's more if I go back to class? I'm on my way. Wow. So easily manipulated. It's actually kind of sad. Greetings, traveler. Come see Chloe's feeling damp here, have you? I am a Stain, caretaker of this fine piece of Gridonian culture, and I fear I must needs trouble you for your assistance. You see, it is not only well-meaning men like yourself who are drawn to this place. Still often visit in the dead of night, long after our citizens have gone to bed. And they'll pick up objections by presence, and seem grateful for the accommodation. So much so, in fact, last night I left, just took another appreciation for vegetables. A lot of vegetables. The generosity is more than welcome, of course, but the sheer quantity of these things makes gathering them all so like a chore. And it's not as if I don't have enough to do already. In short, I'm most grateful for the help you can give. Yeah, I can do that. Well done, my friend. Makedo herself would sing your praise. She knew well the power of art, how it could strengthen the soul of a nation, preserve its history for future generations. This amphitheater was her greatest gift to Gridania, was her wish that all folk use it freely, not only for performance and festivals, but as a place to share memories and make new ones. What if the Sylph come here would do just that? That said, I do wish they would find other ways to express their gratitude. We have no need of vegetables here, but mayhap the Caroline Company can make use of them. And thanks be to the elements for bringing you here today. What? I'm terribly busy right now, but thank you not to bother me. I'll recover the prestigious oak atrium when I have repairs to. Where did I put my... Oh god, take you from the guild too then. Is that Adele sent you with my tools? Yes, I was actually just about to go and so embarrassing. My apologies. It's just I've been so focused on the task at hand. It's a miracle this amphitheater even survived the calamity. It's the Carpenter's Guild that saved it, moving it piece by piece and rebuilding it. When I saw what they had done for Gridania, I knew what I wanted to be. But God, when they told me my first task was to come here. Anyway, thank you for bringing me my tools. You're new to the Oak Atrium too, right? Let's both work hard for the good of the guild, eh? Oh, and may the elements watch over you and keep you safe. You there, adventurer. Could you deliver a message for me? My superior, Millicent. Station outside Arterial Fountain. Ill, she's doubtless busy, but I'm past due to relief. Long past your cheap reward. However, I can't simply abandon my post. Speak to her for me, would you? But choose your words, Bobby. She has a bit of a temper. Speak with both hands and look alert. One moment, I'll be right back. Alright, so I do have a long day at work tomorrow, so we should probably wrap up soon. Scoop both hands and look left. Up, up, right, down. Or is it up, up, down, down, left, right? Wish you would let me take notes. Oh, why? This is made of maple. It's unmistakable. Master Beaton would tell you the grain if it almost flows like syrup. Someday I'll be timber master like him. Once you go back to Miss Jeff's class, doesn't he? He always tells us that if true a piece of wood, there's no excuse for not truing yourself. Alright, I'm going. What's all of this about? He says he needs his break. Remember that sibling little shite crying for relief at a time like this. Has he already forgotten how short-handed we are since that business with the XIV the other day? It's that bloody unknown adventurer to do this. Bleat, no less. It's self-serving sob things only of his own woes, rubbing his sore souls while we all manner of grand adventurers into his holy wood. Into our holy wood. This is bloody fool. It makes my blood boil, it does. But it's not you I should be giving a piece of a mind to. You seem a decent enough sort considering. Still, understand that it's our duty to keep an eye on every stranger who passes through these parts. I appreciate you lending an ear to my subordinate, damn fool that he is. Well then, stay out of trouble. Greetings and welcome to Leatherworkers Guild. Here we produce the finest leather goods, taking care to honor the lives which were sacrificed for their creation. Our leather armor is worn by the archers and lancers of this great nation, and favored by all who prefer that their protection does not come at a cost to mobility. If you wish to place an order, I bid you visit Fenil Fineries. If, on the other hand, you have a mind to join our guild, I should be happy to assist you. Might you be interested in becoming a leather worker? Yes. God damn it, I didn't have the live scene there. Apologies for what you missed. It was literally just me talking to people, so... Nothing would make me happier than to welcome a new initiate into our ranks. However, it is essential that you first understand the burden that every leather worker must bear. As you cannot have failed to notice, Twellswood is blessed with an abundance of life. We Gridanians have long hunted forest creatures for both nourishment and clothing. Gridaania is unlike any other place. The elementals that watch over the Twellswood have never looked kindly on taking of life, and those who flout the governess do so at their own peril. The elementals decreed that life not be taken without due necessity, and so the Trappers' League was formed to regulate the hunting of animals. The Leatherworkers Guild was subsequently founded to manage the fair and equitable distribution of pelts. Nowadays, adventurers are a major supplier of pelts, and leather goods have become widespread. In times past, they were rare and precious. The Leatherworkers Guild has not forgotten those times. We treat leather with no less respect than the living creature whence it comes. We craft goods of the highest quality. In doing, we honor the life lost and minimize the need for further killing. Not forgot the benefit of our products surpassed durability. Our guild is also the sole producer of the famous Fenil brand of leather goods, the pride of Gridania. These products represent the ultimate expression of our core tenets, the transcendent technique that shaped them. Knowing though that being a guild member does not automatically make you a female artist. You must earn the right to become one. For most of the workers here, having to their labor bear the Fenil brand is yet a distant dream. That is the life which awaits you, should you choose to walk our path. Success will not be handed to you, but I guarantee that you will have the opportunity to seize it. So if you wish to make a name for yourself and craft goods which are the envy of all, you have come to the right place. Speak to me once more if you wish to learn more about the enrollment process. Have you joined the Leatherworkers Guild? Yes. Very well, I invite you to speak with Guildmaster Kiva. She is a brilliant artisan, personally responsible for the creation of countless Fenil products. You have doubtless heard her name before. The Guildmaster's patterns are uniformly elegant, and with them, even novice craftsmen can cut their materials with minimal waste. It is for her to decide if you are fit to join us. She can be found in the work area within. Present yourself to her and do not waver in her determination. So you should become a leather worker? You've spoken with Randall, then you've been told what it means to work with her, the weight you must carry, the responsibility you must bear. Not just the fundamentals, minded, but also the guild. Our craftsmanship is unrivaled, and each member is expected to live up to that reputation. Once you join, there is no turning back. If you dishonor us, I shall flay you myself and make you choke those saddled on your hide. Will you swear to uphold our tradition to be the best little brother you can be? Yes. Very well, you may learn our craft within these walls. You seem ill to even. I will give you a head knife to help find the way. The rest is up to you. They all presume that your association with this means your work will bear the finial name. So you prove yourself worthy, you will not be permitted to do so much as touch a finial product, much less craft one. Now then, if you're to continue with your initiation, you'll need to put that knife in hand first. Talk to me when you're ready to begin. Yay! Alright, because the earring is worn for the other classes doesn't work for this one. Okay. Actually, I just have thought that I should put the, instead of putting them with melee DPS, I should put the limited jobs together as their own thing. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that works. Is it any? 2, 3, 4. Then the 4 magic classes. And then 2 limited jobs. Yep, we can work it. Well, you've passed the first test, gripping your knife by the handle and not the pointy end. And it's time to see how well you can wield it. Make me a circle of leather. You'll need an animal skin to do so. Newcomers to our craft often imagine that they need to hunt in order to obtain their materials, but if you have the sense the gods give chocolate artists, you'd realize that's hardly the case. Also, over our reception sells most of the items commonly used in our craft. However, she can't supply you with earth sand shards. And that's it for my advice. The rest is up to you. Once you've made the circle of leather, bring it to me for the inspector. I can't say I have great expectations for your work. Just see to it you do not waste good skins. Good. Okay. Isn't the leather ready yet? When you're finished, bring it here to be inspected. Hi, this is the leather, after a fashion. Your work is amateurish in the extreme. Leather is unusually tan and practically unusable. But you show promise. Not about as much promise as the leather you haphazardly crafted. Still, it's apparent you paid due respect to the life from which you came. Had you performed any work, I'd have cast you out without a second thought. But you didn't, so I won't. Approach your task in earnest as you did today, and I'll continue to advise you. However, you alone are responsible for your development. This is a business we're running, and neither I nor your seniors have the time to hold your hand. Apply yourself to learning our techniques, and return here when you have acquired some skill. Then I will have an errand for you to run. Okay. Up here we have the Lancers Guild. Sir, mighty little skill set of retainer. What's this? A missive from Fibosuse? Whatever could it be about? He wants to know about the available stock of potions in the markets, how they matter the warns a letter, much less the hiring of a courier. Why could you not ask the question in person? Since the adventurers from beyond our borders find Gridon somewhat difficult to deal with. But you're so devoid of warmth. If we mistrust outsiders, it's only because so many of them have brought chaos to the 12's wood. Such sins as theirs are not soon forgotten. So we might endeavor to be a little less cold. Lost, are we? Unsure how to navigate the rosewood and ebony stalls? Well, if you wish to know more about the markets, I shall give you a practical education, free of charge. As master of markets, I entertain many requests. This order from the whalers, for example, but I delegate their fulfillment to my hirelings, that I might tend to the tasks I alone am capable of performing. Your personal betterment, I shall delegate the fulfillment of this particular request to you. Bid you search the stalls for a bone spearhead, a pot of beeswax oil, and a length of brambleweed rope, and deliver them to the Guild of the Lancers Guild. There is much and more to be found in these stalls if you have dedication to seek it. It's on the point to procure it. However, as my representative, if you need only offer my name as payment, none will deny me. In fact, many will be all too eager to part with their wares, sooner than the debts I have owed. A fine proposition, is it not? I insert simple tax and you gain priceless mercantile experience. Why I should rarely charge you for such an opportunity. Why not man of my word and the terms will stand. Deliver the goods to the girls and she may even see fit to reward you. Okay. Get some resources. Welcome, welcome. Ah, the behest of good master Parson Montrance, you say. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company today, my lord? May I take this opportunity to say that it is an honor and privilege to serve you. But you must have your beeswax oil without delay. Yes, yes. Feel free to take as much as you require, and you will, of course, inform Master Parson Montrance that I was only too happy to come a day to your his needs, yes? Sorry, they ain't open yet. Oh, one of Parson Montrance. Well, and what was it you said you wanted? Bone spearhead? Ah, here she is. Take it and tell that bastard we're square. Wow. So, they're all so terrified. You got discerning eyes, sir. Craftsmanship truly something in securing any manner of personal threat. God, if I never hear that bloody name again, it'll be too silly. And there I was thinking I might make a guild today. Here, take the damn brambleweed rope and bugger off. Wow. He is not helping me make friends. It's fine. Let's go join the guilds before we finish any more quests. Welcome to the Lancers Guild, adventurer. If you seek to refine your skills with the polearm, then you have come to the right place. Here at the Lancers Guild, spear wielders gather to train with one another, further hone their abilities and the tutelage of our fine instructors. Do you seek membership with us? Yes. Well, I shall provide you with an insight in the history of our guild. More than just an instrument of war, the spear is also a tool for hunting. And with game ever plentiful in 12-foot, the weapon has been the mainstay of the locals here since before the founding of Gridon. Passing of time, our nation became a gathering place for spear masters from across the realm, many eager to test their mettle against the famed might of our wood whalers. It was here in Gridania that their myriad fighting styles came into contact, eventually giving rise to the art taught here today. That spear technique could be formalized. It all owed much to the founding of the Lancers Guild by Wood Whaler Captain Mistel nigh on a century past. The tradition of accepting students from without as well as within Gridania's borders persists to this day, ensuring that the art of polearm may not only survive but also continue to evolve. Well, there you have it. I hope this brief history of the guild has helped sell any doubts in your mind. The Lancer Guild is always eager to welcome new initiates. If you have a will to enlist, speak with me again and we can begin the enrollment procedure. Well then, have you made up your mind to enlist? Yes. Excellent. I shall let Guildmaster Juan know to expect you. All who seek admittance to our ranks must present themselves before him. We'll judge if you are fit to become one of us. Pray, make your way to the training area with him. The Guildmaster awaits you there. Well met, adventurer. I understand you wish to learn the Lancer's art under our roof. I see you have some combat experience. It remains to be seen if such skill as you have acquired will avail you here. But no matter. In my capacity as Guildmaster, I shall guide your training, beginning with the very basics, the principles of our art. There exist myriad fighting styles, each of which has its own unique qualities. None, however, can claim to be as offensive and mighty as ours. Our approach is ever one of attack, no matter who or what we face. The experienced Lancer is able to feel the polearm as if it were an extension of his body, transforms into a raging storm before his foes, with a barrage of devastating thrusts and slashes. To facilitate such a frontal assault, we Lancers forgo plate, paving armor of leather and chain. Such materials provide adequate protection without unduly hindering movement. A Lancer's worth may be measured quite simply in how swiftly and decisively he can pierce his enemy's defenses. By its nature, the polearm is a simple weapon to wield for good or ill, even in a farmer's hands capable of wreaking considerable havoc. Thus has it been a mainstay of every great army since ancient times. They know that a lance alone does not a lancer make. Faced with unfavorable odds, an unseasoned spearman will break formation and flee without a moment's hesitation. A true lancer, however, flinches not before his enemies, for he knows not the meaning of fear. Ever does he press forward, disdainful of the odds, that he might pierce the enemy line on the path to victory. And they say doing so requires no small amount of courage. And that is why our guild has striven from the first to instill this essential quality in every soul who passes through our halls. Arduous trials await you should you join our ranks. Knowing this, have you the resolve to wield the lance? Yes. Well said, adventurer. I see reason to deny a place within our ranks. Ah, but I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Juan, master of this guild. Pleasantries duly exchanged, I shall add to the hunting log the names of the creatures against which a lancer might hold skills. So, for occasion, I hereby present you with your very own spear. Arm yourself within, speak to me once more. I would have you undertake your first task, a trial to be precise. Fits under, above rogue, but below pugilist. So you were able to discern one end of the spear from the other. Good. Jal is eager to put your new weapon to test, which is well, for I too have a test in mind, but rather a trial. I develop an affinity with your weapon and learn to gauge such things as distance. You will go forth and pit yourself against the creatures that roam just outside the city. The squirrels, ladybugs, and fungars should provide you with a suitable challenge. Put down, let's say, 3 of each, and then report back to me. First face adventure. Very manner of person I wish to meet. I was still looking for someone to track down so many half a dozen squirrels. Their frail pests have been squeezing in under our floorboards every eve for the past several moons, gnawing at the support pillars. They have yet to inflict any serious structural damage, thank the builder, but I hesitate to bring such a trifling matter before the wood whalers or the gods quiver. It's really like your timely arrival. My adventurer who could not dispatch such woodland nuisances is not worthy of the name. I'm a dog at any rate. You know what becomes of incapable adventurers, so perhaps it is best you do not. Squirrels of which I spoke can be found in the central shroud. Return to me once you have disposed of them, assuming the task is not beyond you. For your sake, I certainly hope it's not. What business have you with the adventure? Come upon a bidding of Master Parchment Trent? So soon? I am impressed. I placed my order only a short time ago. Here are all the items I requested. Truly, Master Trent is every bit as resourceful as they say. You are fortunate to work under such a man. You would do well to mold yourself in his image if you have aspirations of a merchant. Thank goodness I don't aspire to be a merchant. Here for others to get the botanist's guild unlocked. Stop right there, not another step. I apologize if I have startled you. Please be careful. The ground here is covered in rose hips. My seed pouches have grown so threadbare that it finally split open. Well, to me, I've been scouring Azamad rose hips all along this road. It's help me gather them, I'd be ever so grateful. Thank you. Your kindness is truly a blessing from the elementals. Rose hips should be lying on the road between here and the Great Lone Grove. Tread carefully lest you crush them underfoot. Talk to this person. God damn, another adventure? You're like flies on luck. Whatever Gridani did deserves such a plague, I don't know. I suppose times are changing. Keep telling me I should. Perhaps it might be. God help me. Just take this Asma Rose to Waldo of Still Glade Fade, will you? Well, why are you still singing around? Go deliver the Bloody Rose. I will. Don't rush me. Jeez. Yep, that's all the ones in Gridania. Now to become a botanist. Hello there, welcome to the Botanist Guild. What brings you here today? Interested in becoming a botanist, are you? I have come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. Enticing proposition, is it not? So what say you? Would you like to add your name to our roll? Excellent. I doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest struggle, but first a brief explanation of the origins of the Botanist Guild. Our guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back some 500 years to when our nation was still in its infancy. It was around that time that a precursor organization to our own was established to facilitate communion with the elementals. But I suspect you're already confused, not being forestborn. Let me put it in a way that your kind would understand. Dwellswood doesn't belong to man, but almighty beings known as elementals. It is by their leave that we Gridanians dwell here in the forest. It is by their leave that we receive its bounty. Ever since mankind settled in the Dwellswood, it has been necessary for us to obtain the elementals' permission prior to taking aught from their domain. Historically, this was a rather involved process in that only a precious few could actually commune with them, specifically those conjurers blessed with the ability to hear the elementals, aptly known as heroes. In order to relay the elementals' will to the botanists in a more timely manner, a new organization was formed with a hero as its mouth and ears. This organization was eventually evolved to become the Botanist Guild. To this day, the guild employs the services of a hero who offers guidance to our members. Yet this is no longer our organization's sole concern. We also seek to promulgate correct harvesting practices, that is, practices which honor the will of the elementals. And that, my friend, is the story of how our guild came to be. I trust you have a newfound appreciation for the work we do. Now, with all this talk of elementals communing, mayhap you're wondering whether you're fit to join us. Well, you may cast such doubts aside. You don't need to have been raised as a good little forest-born boy to be a botanist. No, you need to know the secret forest-born salute. I jest. Just need a healthy respect for nature and the will to learn. If you honestly believe you possess these things, my pleasure to recommend you to our guildmaster. Please wait a moment while I see to the formalities. Speak to me again when you are ready to begin the enrollment procedure. You enroll in the Botanist Guild? Yes. Raise my ears. It will be my pleasure to refer you to Guildmaster Fufucha. Our Guildmaster's knowledge of nature is second to none. One need only witness her uncanny knack for spotting the finest timber to see that hers is a truly God-given talent. It is for this reason that she holds the title of First Botanist. Oh, but you need not be overawed, for she is the kindliest of souls. You will find the Guildmaster just outside this building. Seek her out and impress upon her your desire to become a botanist. I'm Fufucha, the master of this guild. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it Leon Colt has given you an overview of botany already? Well then, I suppose you'd better continue where you left off. All guilds may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, but none is so intimate as that of the botanist. It is our calling to nurture the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. But even as nature holds us in her loving embrace, providing for our every need, she has at heart an unsentimental creature, one that will take life just as readily as she gives it. Being a boss means coming face to face with this uncomfortable truth on a regular basis. Youngest, so you still wish to walk our path? Yes. Look in your eyes, who seeks passion in your heart. Very well, I bid you welcome to the Botanist Guild. To help you on your way, I present you with this hatchet. Take it up and then present yourself to me again. I will assign you your first task as the botanist of the guild. Yay! Botanist. Yep, second one on the list. I see you have your hatchet on you. Very good. Botanist hatches is livelihood. Never forget this. If you fail to keep its blade clean and keen, your efforts will yield you naught but sweat and splinters. Let us see about your first task. Ah yes, to help you grasp the basics of botany, I would like you to gather 10 pots worth of latex. The forest yields to us many and more resources. It is Bob's job to know what can be found and where. If it is latex you require, you would do well to search just outside the Blue Badger Gate or the Yellow Serpent Gate. Seek out the mature trees that stand in those areas and then put your hatchet to use. I wish you well. Good sir, pray tell me you have recovered all the rose hips and abandoned not one to a traveler's boot. Blessed be upon you, I fear this path will be lined with roses next year. Not that such a wondrous sight would be wholly objectionable, but asthma roses are ill suited to this location. The botanists are responsible to see Gudronian plants grow and thrive in the most ideal conditions. Place for every seed and every season's place, you might say. It was most gracious of you to aid me in my time of need. Pray the elementals to extend you this kindness. Alright. Ah! I did not intend to fall down here. How do I get back up? There. Right. Alright. We got a bunch of different quests to pick up. Welcome, adventurers of Conjurer's Guild. Here we commune with the elementals and hear their guidance. Yet I must confess, the elementals did not whisper of your coming. We did indeed request an apple rose from Ethelred, but that you should bring it to us instead means wonderful. Ethelred has long held a grudge against the many adventurers who have passed through his gates. The flowers are renowned for their beauty, and were once so highly coveted by old dawn collectors. They are picked down to extinction by fortune-seeking foreigners. If it is peace we desire, we must all learn to look upon this border past and overcome our prejudices. So have the elder seats here taught us, and so do we live. And that was easy for Ethelred to entrust this as a rose. When he hears we have received it, he will come to know that not all outsiders are concerned in this one. True is by the will of the elemental that you came to us this day. Please accept this token of our gratitude. Yes, I am Brea, but I am also awfully busy. Oh, you say Lady Melaine herself asked you to assist me. In that case, I suppose you might lend a hand, especially as mine appears to be shaking very slightly. Not that it's anything to worry about, or mere nervous energy. Heck, I would be extremely grateful if you would take this asthma rose oil and refill the sensors. There are two that require attention. Please have care not to disturb the conjurers amid their meditation. As quiet and unobtrusive as possible. Might you perchance be comfortable on Balkan? If so, I have urgent need of your assistance. See, I was preparing for the forthcoming auguries, found to my great embarrassment of the lack of the requisite quantity of scarlet oil. If it's not too much to ask, I would be most grateful if you would resupply us in time for the ceremony. Scarlet could be harvested from ladybugs, such as those found near the battle. 6 of the vile kin should yield the necessary amount. Pray return to me as soon as you have it. My thanks. I must admit to being rather impressed by how faithfully you follow my instructions. I always consider adventures to be uncouth and rowdy lot, but I see you are capable of courtesy as well. Lady Melaine has a fine eye for character. You should feel honored that she chose you for the task. Well met, adventurer. You are come to Stillgate Fane, home of the Conjurer's Guild. We conjurers harness the power of earth, wind, and water, about in nature, and thereby weave spells of healing and protection. Never do we seek noble souls to initiate into our mysteries. Might you be such a soul, come to join the guild? Yes. Now allow me to provide you with an overview of what it is to be a conjurer. Conjuring is the art of healing and purification. The practitioners harness the power of nature. They might bring about change in the form of spells. Primitive magic such as that once wrought by individuals known as mages meaning those with the ability to manipulate ether, has existed since the dawn of time. It was not until some 5 centuries ago that Condry emerged from this shapeless agglomeration of spells and charms, an event which led to the founding of Gridania. Those dark days, the elementals would not suffer man's presence in the Twellswood, forcing our forebears to make their homes beneath the earth, in the great subterranean city of Gelmora. But their desire to settle in Twellswood continued to burn fiercely. Time and again, they sought to curry the elementals' favor. Unlike men and other creatures bound in temples of flesh, the elementals are beings of pure ether. Recognizing this, the mages of Eld reasoned that their talent for etheric manipulation might allow them to commune with these theretofore enigmatic entities. It took 5 long decades, but our forebears finally succeeded. Their reward, the elementals' permission to dwell in Twellswood. So it was that the nation of Gridania was born. Since that time, the elementals have taught us to live as one with nature, speaking to all Gridanians through the hero, those mages who are able to commune with them. And for their intimacy with the elementals, the heroes will go on to attain great mastery over the force of nature, thus that they conceive the art of conjuring. And that, my most attentive listener, is a brief history of conjuring. If you have mind to walk our path, I hope I recommend you join our guild. It will be my pleasure to explain each process to you. Pray speak to me again when you are ready. Oh, I'm ready. If your mind's made up, are you ready to join? Yes. That is well. I shall introduce you to our guild master, Brother Isum-Yan. Brother Isum-Yan presides over the Conjurer's Guild, even as he serves the nation as a hero. You'll find him in the meditation area within. Go to him and make known your desire to join him. Greetings, adventurer. I'm told you wish to become a conjurer of Stillgate Flame. I am Brother Isum-Yan, master of this guild. Before you are formally set in ranks, I would impart to you the principle of conjuring. Pray attend to me well. Conjuring is an arcane art to take the life of the living for its domain. Its primary purpose is the salving of hurts and the granting of protection. Adventurers such as yourself often stand upon the front lines of battle. Owing to this, you are like to find yourself in many situations where an capacity for healing would be advantageous. Mind you, there is more to conjuring than that. Harnessing the power of earth, wind, and water, conjurers are also capable of using spells that wreak havoc. In terms of sheer destructive power, conjuring may pale in comparison to thaumaturgy. Its capacity to defend one against aggression more than compensates for this relative shortcoming. Mastering healing and purification, not only will you be able to mend wounds and purge afflictions, you will also be able to breathe life back into the fallen. Moralists of the healers, yet not true dealers of destruction, conjurers realize their full potential when they employ their powers in support of others. This, my dear adventurer, is what it means to be one of us. Mayhap that was too much to grasp upon a single hearing. Worry not, for the meaning of my words will become clear to you in due time. You will come to understand that conjuring is not the sole province of conjuring. Should you wish to walk our path, I must need to ask you to solemnly vow to embrace nature, and heed the will of the elementals and Twellswood alike. Can you make this vow? Yes. I knew your answer ere your lips had parted, yet I am no less pleased to hear it. That vow is near here, but I name you a member of the Conjurer's Guild. If you would be so kind as to lend me your hunting log, I shall add to it the names of such creatures pose a suitable challenge to a conjurer. And to mark this occasion, I present you this cane. Though it be old and withered, it will serve you well as you take your first steps upon the path of a conjurer. Take up your cane, Artbert, and present yourself to me once more. I will assign you your first task as a conjurer of Stillgate Flame. And we have a conjurer, which is a healer class. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I was looking at it wrong. The part of conjurer becomes you, Artbert. But further to, I shine your first task as a conjurer. Just beyond the sea gates will encounter squirrels, ladybugs, and fungars. Have you slay 3 of each? Lest you wonder how I can so cruelly order the taking of life, know that things not as they once were. In the consequence of calamity, and they add, through no fault of their own, these creatures have become burdened, a burden it cannot well bear. As a conjurer, it is your duty to carry out the rule of force. And by employing your powers in so doing, you will come to learn something of our art. Go to our room and your first task will name the elements. Alright, so we have plenty of quests. I'm gonna log this one, and the main scenario. Miss Emma, begging your pardon, sir, but might I inspect the message you bear? Verily, it is the seal of the Admiral of Limsa. Please come with me. It's nice to be wearing this outfit again, actually.
So you are the Limsan envoy.
Yep, that's right.
And an adventurer besides. The realm owes much to you and yours. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please.
That's a nice table.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Admiral.
A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. To think the 5 years have already come and gone. It seems like only yesterday the Guardian Empire seized all that we hold dear. Rising in resistance, the sea states of Eorzea formed the Grand Companies and joined hands in alliance. Though unbeknown to us, the Guardians sought not the best of the battle, but moved instead to enact a terrible plot. The Meteor Project, by which the lesser moon, Dalamud, will be torn down from the heavens to annihilate all life below. In a desperate bid to save the realm from certain destruction, our forces marched for the Carton Flats, and there met the 7th Imperial Legion. More bloody a battle I have never seen, and will never wish to see again. The carnage was but a prelude to the atrocities which followed. For despite our best efforts, Dalamud continues to descend, and from it emerged the elder Primal Bahamut, who proceeded to rain fire upon Eorzea. The 7th Imperial Legion was consumed in the blinking of an eye, while our own forces fared little better. That any among us were spared defies explanation. All seemed sure to perish. As flame converged upon us, I prepared myself for death, only for a brilliant light to envelop me, relieving me of my senses. When at last I awoke, Bahamut was gone, and land, which had but moments before been aflame, now seemed to me a place unknown. Not simply ruined, but changed. Archon Louis Swag may well have been able to shed light upon these mysteries, but he, like so many, never returned from Cartano. And so we were left with countless questions, no prospect of an answer. Yet such matters did not long occupy our thoughts, for we had far graver concerns. The calamity, as the devastation brought by Bahamut had come to be known, laid our nations nigh to waste, and to this day we struggle to rebuild our lives and homes. To compound matters, the tribes continue to summon their priors, while the Empire encroaches upon our borders, consolidating its foothold in Eorzea. The outlook is sharp, is bleak. In the wake of the calamity has been all each nation could do to nurse its own wounds. Yet, if we are to weather the coming storm, we must needs stand united once more. Our remembrance servants may well present an opportunity to rekindle the spirit of unity, which first gave rise to the Alliance. I wholeheartedly approve the Admiral's proposal. and that supervision shall be made for service during good. I just love how casually she passes her staff to her assistant. Click a scroll, but for some reason the asset isn't there. You have done the people of yours, you have a fine service to stay, and I would not put you to further trouble. I shall see that my reply reaches the Admiral now. You will know about next for Odar, you know. Please send the Flame General my regards. And if you would be so kind, I would appreciate it if you would inform him that pet of mine has been ill-behaved lately. My wolf, to be precise. Near saying he must be brought to heel. I must welcome the General Council on how that might be achieved. I thank you for coming, and it's well to see you safe will down and beyond. Well, we're gonna do a bunch of quests before we go to Oldar. But I think I'm going to run out of time before we can do that. So, probably next time we'll do it. Yeah, definitely next time. Yep, go to the nearest thing, figure out where to go for the ladybugs. Central Shroud. We're not going to go there right now. We're actually going to go to the inn. And I'll send my character to bed there. Because that's where we're going to call it for today. It's been fun, and I certainly look forward to getting back to it and doing more next time. We're finally leaving Gridania. Or we finally left Limsa. We'll spend a bit of time in Gridania leveling up classes. And then we'll continue on to the next area. It'll be fun. And I do look forward to it. But until then, as always, I've been Sparks. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. See yas.